Say recording and it's on. Hello everyone and welcome to the November 16th Planning Commission hearing. I will now call the hearing to order at 1:04 p.m. Ms. Johnson, can we please have roll call?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. I'll proceed with roll call. Chair Bonderson.
Yes, here.
Vice Chair Bauke.
Here.
Commissioner Boss.
Present.
Commissioner DeLucia.
Here.
Commissioner Lodge.
Here.
Commissioner Wardlow.
Here.
Commissioner Wiscombe.
Here.
We have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Ms. Johnson. And before we get started, I'd like to do a formal welcome and introduction of our new Planning Commission liaison staff member. This is Megan Arciniega. We are so pleased to have you here. Congratulations on this amazing promotion, and we're really excited to have you working with us. So here's your first time in that seat on the mic. I'm going to ask you, moving on to preliminary matters, Ms. Arciniega, do we have any requests for continuances, withdrawals, postponements of agenda items?
No, we do not.
Thank you. And do we have any announcements or appeals today?
No.
No? So we will now move on to our minutes for November 2nd, 2023, and the Planning Commission resolutions that go with that date. That will be resolution number 012-23 for 35 Anacapa Street, and the Planning Commission Resolution 013-23 for Highway 101. I'll now open this up to my fellow commissioners to share with us if there's any comments on the minutes or either one of those two resolutions. I see no lights. Oh, is that, okay. Ms. Johnson, are there any public speakers for these minutes or these resolutions?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. We have none.
Thank you. So now I'm going to request a motion for all of the above, the minutes for November 2nd and both resolutions. I have Commissioner DeLuccio, would you like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion for approval of the minutes and the two resolutions of the
Th-
November 2nd meeting.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Balke, would you like to second it?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any discussion, comments from any of the commissioners on this motion? I see none. So, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Boss,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLuccio,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Wardlow,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe,
Yes.
Vice Chair Balke,
Yes.
Chair Bonderson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you so much. And with that, we'll move on to public comment that pertains to items that are not on today's agenda. Back to you, Ms. Johnson. Do we have any comments from the public?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. If there's anyone in the audience who would like to speak on items on general business, again, that's items not on today's agenda. You can fill out a speaker slip at the back of the room. I'm not seeing any movement, and we also did not receive any general or written correspondence, so I'll turn it back to you, Chair Bonderson.
Thank you so much. And with that, we'll close general public comment and move on to item number 3, which is a new item. It is the 2023 to 2031 adoption draft housing element. And we have Ms. Rosie Deisty and Mr. Dan Gullett from the city here to give the staff presentation. Ms. Deisty, are you going to begin?
Yes, I will.
Wonderful. Welcome. The floor is yours. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Bonderson, Vice Chair Balke, and members of the Commission. I'm pleased to be before you today to discuss the 2023 to 2031 adoption draft housing element. The purpose of the hearing today is to first start off with some context, starting from the bigger picture and also the state requirements for housing elements, to review the adoption or the third draft housing element, and to summarize some of the main revisions that happened since you last saw it in June, and then discuss next steps and recommendation. So starting with the big picture, what is the general plan? It's our blueprint for meeting the community's long-term vision for the future. And a general plan contains goals, which are the general expression of community values, the policies or statements that guide decisions, and the programs. And the programs need to be fiscally and technically feasible actions that staff will carry out to implement general plan policy. Then moving further down, what's the housing element? It is a required part of the general plan. It recognizes housing as a critical need for our community. It also requires us to plan for our fair share of housing, and it does undergo periodic updates every 8 years. A unique aspect of the housing element in particular is that it has oversight and certification authority by the State Department of Housing and Community Development. It's the only general plan element that has that authority. So the process always starts with a regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA. So this slide shows our city's RHNA. This is assigned by Santa Barbara Association of Governments. The numbers come from the state to the association, who then hands them out to the county and the incorporated cities in the county. Our total is 8,001 units. It's divided in these income categories, and we received about 32% of the county total. We have the highest number of the incorporated cities because we're sort of a jobs and transportation center. And then the income categories are based on area median income. It's $107,300,000 based on a 4-person household, and that's of 2023. This slide shows the overall process we have been going through over the last 3 years to create this housing element update. Starting in year 1, 2021, that's where the RHNA process got approved. And also staff wrote, we were expecting to hire a consultant to work on this housing element. So we wrote an RFP, a request for proposals, also put out a request for qualifications. And after doing that twice, we got no one applied. So then in 2022, staff had to shift and put other work programs on hold so we could work on this housing element update. So the second year was spent doing a lot of research, a lot of writing and revising. We had our first draft ready for HCD review in the summer of 2022. We also did a lot of public engagement. There were probably over 40 Q&A sessions, a lot of sessions on Zoom. We had a joint workshop with the county and other cities. We had forums, we just talked about this to anyone who wanted to hear about it. We also held in 2022 5 public hearings. There were goal-setting hearings. There was a joint City Council Planning Commission hearing about the goals. There was initiation, and then there was hearings to review the first draft. In this third year, we've had 2 more drafts, also more meetings. I just highlighted one we had with the American Institute of Architects because we had an informal conversation about the housing element and what they wanted to see in it. We've also had 1 Planning Commission hearing already. We are in this hearing today, and then we have a City Council hearing scheduled. What's important to note on this slide, though, is that there is a due date for the housing element to the state. It was February of this year, so we met that due date in the sense that we had our draft to them in time, but they have not certified it or deemed it substantially compliant with state law yet, so we're out of compliance at this time. So why do we need to adopt and certify a housing element? Well, if we're non-compliant with state law, projects that are inconsistent with zoning and land use may be approved. That's called the builder's remedy. It could be that findings of general plan consistency can't be made for other projects. The state could initiate enforcement actions, and the city could be vulnerable to lawsuits from housing advocacy groups. An adopted and certified housing element confirms our city's commitment to housing. It allows us to retain local control. Really important, staff can now shift our work efforts to actually implementing the programs in the housing element, and then the city needs that certified housing element to be eligible for certain funds. In particular, the Local Housing Trust Fund needs that certification in order to receive funding. Again, as I mentioned, we've had a lot of public engagement. We've had public review on the 3 drafts and prepared responses to comments. We were not required to prepare those responses, but we did them anyway because I think it's a nice way to show we heard from people. We had that joint meeting I mentioned already in June that was really well attended and was helpful for us and all the other jurisdictions. And again, at least 40, if not more, presentations. I wanted to remind everyone of the goals of the housing element. So first off, create new housing, prioritize affordable housing, provide housing assistance, promote housing stability, preserve housing, engage the community, coordinate with regional partners, and fund affordable housing. Those are the main goals. So now I'm going to switch gears and talk about the revisions. So this is focused on changes that happened, again, since you last reviewed the draft in June of this year. And to summarize generally why we made these revisions, first and foremost, we needed to comply with state law. We had a letter from our reviewer at HCD, and so we needed to satisfy what they need to see to find us substantially compliant. We had public comments to respond to. There's been some new information and input from staff we wanted to get into the element, and we also had Planning Commission recommendations. The way the revisions happened were it was either additional data, more analysis, or changes in new programs were added. This slide just shows how we are working with our partner at HCD on this adoption draft. So again, they got the second draft in April 2023. They had, I believe it was 60 days to give us a review letter. We got that in June 2023. We were really fortunate. We're now being reviewed by a senior program manager. Before we had sort of a regular HCD analyst, but now we have someone pretty high up working with us. And he happened to be visiting the city in July, so we took him on a tour. Really helpful. He learned a lot. We learned a lot. We walked and saw existing buildings that have been here quite a while, affordable housing projects, projects in the works, all kinds of things in just a few block radius. We also are very fortunate we've had regular check-in meetings with this representative from July to October. He prepared what he called a roadmap and checklist for us, and every time we made an edit that he wanted to see, he would review it and then check it off, and we can move on to the next edit, and that we found really helpful. So based on all that, we prepared this third draft, we had a statutory 7-day public review period and then sent it to HCD. So I'll start with chapter 1. This chapter didn't have a lot of changes, but what this chapter contains is basically the context of the housing element and how it fits in with our city, how it relates to the rest of the general plan, and then it summarizes the public outreach and participation. So what changed in this chapter was an HCD comment that they wanted more data about how public comments were considered and incorporated, so we added a couple paragraphs that satisfied them on that count. Chapter 2 is the housing needs chapter. This one didn't have too many changes, but what's in this chapter is many tables and data on demographics of our city, household characteristics, and details about special needs housing. Special needs housing is outlined by the state, what that counts, but we can also add our own special needs. So we added students as one of our special needs, which is consistent with our prior housing element. And then what changed in this portion of chapter 2 was there was some data requested about, I believe it's table 16. It discusses income levels for the purposes of housing and urban development allocations, and they're a little bit different than RHNA, so I added some more text just to explain why that is. Also in chapter 2, the state asked us to do a more thorough analysis of the housing needs of farm workers, and they helpfully pointed to the county's housing element because they obviously have a lot more farmland and had a pretty robust discussion of the housing needs, so we were able to pull in some of that analysis and some of our own, and that satisfied the state. They also wanted to know more about our manufacturing commercial zone, and that's a zone where emergency shelters are a use by right. They wanted us to demonstrate that existing uses and conditions don't impede development of new emergency shelters, so we were able to add enough data and analysis to satisfy that need. Moving on to chapter 3, that's our housing constraints chapter. That includes governmental constraints, that's land uses, processes, fees, things like that. And non-governmental is financing and land and construction cost. The state again asked us for more data. They wanted to know more about our inclusionary ordinances and if there's any incentives offered to developers and how it interacts with state density bonus, so we added that information. They also wanted more analysis about our building height, design review, and off-site improvement standards, and with that additional analysis, they were able to check off what they wanted to see. Still on chapter 3, we also noticed this was a staff input from Building and Safety. We have some fee sample schedules in this document. One's for multi-unit housing, one for single, and one for accessory dwelling units. And a couple of entries were missing from the single unit development description. So we made sure, worked with them to make sure we got the correct fees in there so it more accurately reflects what that cost is. Moving on to chapter 4, that's the housing resources chapter. So what's in this chapter is the description of the regional housing needs allocation. Then there's a list of how sites were considered and made it into our suitable sites inventory and analysis about that. It also includes some financial and administrative resources for creating housing and a small section on energy conservation. So this chapter probably required the most time and effort on staff's behalf to satisfy HCD. They wanted a lot more data and analysis about our suitable sites so that we could demonstrate that our housing assumptions in the inventory are valid. In particular, they wanted to know more about development on non-vacant sites, development on sites that are less than a half acre. They wanted to know more about our pending projects as well. So just as a reminder, our inventory does include 446 sites. That's a lot of sites. And being an older and built-out city, about 96% are non-vacant, and about 39% are less than a half an acre. So we did have to do our homework to show that we could reasonably anticipate housing being redeveloped on these sites. The part of this, another piece of this that's in our appendix that probably took the most work was to show and have that demonstration that these sites are suitable for housing. We talked with our HCD rep, and he acknowledged we have a lot of sites to look at, and he suggested other cities that were able to group their sites and discuss them as a group or along a transportation corridor. He gave us some examples, and so we looked at our general plan, which already has neighborhoods that are named and outlined, and decided a good way to analyze this would be by neighborhood analysis. And so what we did is some neighborhoods are grouped together because they're either proximate to each other, and some neighborhoods only had a couple of sites. So we felt like we could group some neighborhoods together. I think we ended up with 9 total separate analyses. And in those, it's about 100 pages, are existing conditions, number of existing and pending residential units, our capacity and assumptions, and most importantly, and this was also suggested by HCD, to take a sample or representative sites that could be a proxy for all the sites in the inventory. So we could do a deep dive on those sites, and we looked at, the age of the existing structure. Is the site have low improvement to land value or low improvement to square foot value, which indicates it's more ripe for redevelopment? We looked at sites that, like on this photo here, that have large surface parking lots. They haven't had a permit in many years to do any remodeling, those sorts of things. And so we were able to show that, and that forms sort of that whole package of that our suitable sites inventory is valid. Another smaller piece in Chapter 4, also by HCD's request, they wanted to know if our 8,001 units plus the buffer, if we have enough water and wastewater capacity to accommodate that. And so working with our staff in Public Works, I was able to work up some tables and show that we do have the capacity. Okay, almost getting to the end. Chapter 5 is the housing plan. This is the city's housing strategy for the next 8 years, and it's comprised of the goals, policies, and programs that I mentioned before. What changed in this chapter, and this also took a good deal of effort, was changes to comply with state law, public comments, staff's input, and also input from your commission. And it ended up changing some, or adding more data and changing some of the programs. So I'll go through that now. But before we dive into that, our housing toolbox altogether, we have 32 programs. This just highlights some of the programs that are in our toolbox. For example, we have an adaptive reuse program. We have an affordable housing program, which where we will be looking at density bonus. We have a program for accessory dwelling units to increase, make it easier for applicants and increase their numbers. We have the multi-unit housing program, the affordable housing program, and we also have a couple programs to address short-term rentals in hotels. On top of all this, every year we get state mandates. The state is passing housing bills increasingly every year, and we have to sometimes respond to those as well. So I wanted to go through what are the phases of program implementation. So this housing element provides the framework, the direction of the program. It can also be referred to as the outline. This is what we intend to do. Every program needs then once it's implemented or started to be implemented, we need to study and see what are other cities doing, what has worked for those other cities. We need to do our homework, our research. Some programs actually require a financial feasibility analysis, so that accompanies the studies. We also need to coordinate. Sometimes it's with internal coordination, sometimes we need to pull in other departments in the city. Sometimes it might be regional coordination. Then we also and always want to do a good public outreach effort. We want to hear from all members of the public. Then we work on the drafts of whatever it is we're working on, if it's a zoning ordinance amendment or a policy report. Then there's always a hearing process. For example, if it is a zoning ordinance amendment, there's a minimum of 4 hearings, and that takes time to coordinate and work out. And then hopefully at the end, you've adopted the program and you start implementing it. Sometimes implementation means staff has to do some forms, put information on the website, train staff on how the program works. So these all go together in how you implement these programs. Okay, so again, I'm not going to cover every small change, but these are kind of hitting the highlights. Housing Element Program 5, process improvements. We added some clarification that this is intended to implement some, but not all of the NOVAC report recommendations. And then for innovative housing types, we added an outreach component that was suggested by the American Institute of Architects. We thought that was a great idea to talk to them first and see what's out there that could be changed in our ordinance for innovative housing types. There may be types we haven't even heard of. We have a list of housing types in there. That's not a definitive list. It could be, there's other ones we may not know about that should be added or looked at and eventually adopted. These 2 programs are new since you last saw it. The multi-unit housing program is intended to cover all the adjustments to the average unit size density incentive program that were discussed in great detail by your commission recently. So that's sort of the umbrella and the program guidance to start working on those things. Livable neighborhoods, HE11 was added at HCD's request, and that is intended to address fair housing needs in the lower resource neighborhoods of our city. So it essentially does things like tracks how we're implementing the pedestrian master plan, the bicycle master plan, park improvements, things like that, to make sure the lower resource neighborhoods are getting these things. HE12 is prioritizing affordable housing. This one is encompasses a lot of ideas. We've been hearing a lot of ideas for how to do this, and this is the umbrella or the outline for how to do it. In particular, HCD wanted us to add a program to address small sites. Again, they're concerned about if a site is too small, it can't accommodate enough affordable units, so they wanted us to add that in. We also have a water sewer priority policy we need to implement, so that's in this program, and also a local preference policy. And then HE13 is the inclusionary ordinance study, which we have moved up to get that started next year. Again, that has to be the financial study to make sure whatever changes we want to make to that ordinance are feasible. The track housing production program changed in that HCD wanted us to also track our pending projects. There's a list of them in the housing element, and also periodically evaluate how we're doing on our ADU production. We have assumptions in our suitable sites inventory of how many ADUs and what income levels they were qualify for, and so they want us to make sure we're meeting those marks, and if we're not, to make course corrections probably about halfway through the housing element period. And then create affordable housing funds, HE16 was amended because there's been recent city council on those funds. I worked with Ms. Doubles at Housing and Human Services to make sure the language was correct to reflect what city council has been looking at. Let's see, on HE21, it's a residential conversion ordinance. I added a clarification of the definition of affordable rental units into this program, and that definition matches what's in the city's affordable housing manual. I can't remember if that's the exact name of it, but they match. HE 22, affirmatively further fair housing program and opportunities. We did add a discussion about areas of greatest needs. And then HCD wanted us to add this table in there, so there's a new table 52, and that essentially repeats all the programs that work to meet this goal. And then they also include, so it's a brief summary of all those programs, and they have metrics on how we would meet those goals. HE 30 student housing, we added a reference to Santa Barbara City College and off-campus housing to that program. And under the secure permanent affordable housing, that has a list of various programs that could be considered by the city, would have to be approved by city council, but various new taxes and other ways to get this permanent source of affordable housing. To that list, we added bonds and enhanced infrastructure financing district and a reference to the 2024 general election. My understanding is there's already some work in progress to get something on that election. Okay, now I want to talk to you a little bit about a memo that you just got this week about the program timeframe changes. So the purpose of this memo and why we did this is that we kind of lined up all the start dates of the conclusion dates of the housing element programs and put them in with all the other projects that staff is working on, and realized we were having a resource issue and we needed to make some changes. What we wanted to do also is group our programs into themes and types so we could more effectively manage staff resources. So if we had a theme of we're going to do all our process improvements, it made sense to bring them all forward at the same time or close together. And it makes sense when you're also reviewing and approving things that they're in a theme. We also needed to, working with HCD, prioritize regulatory requirements, projects that are already underway, projects with grant deadlines, and again, take in HCD's input into this. We wanted to really present a realistic and balanced workload and clarify expectations. And in one sense, one of the ways we did that, and that's also with input from HCD, is they suggested we put these program timeframes into quarters, gives us a little more flexibility. And we also, staff wasn't clear when the dates were initially in here, did that mean that's the start date? Is that the end date? So we put a quarter when it started and a quarter when we expect it to end, and we thought that made it more clear for everyone. So in the overview of these changes, well, we did add 2 programs. I think I mentioned both of these already. We reprioritized 11 timeframes, and we didn't remove any programs. So those themes I mentioned can be summarized as this. One is reduce constraints to housing, so that's streamline review, objective standards, process improvements. Sustainable and livable neighborhoods, so that would be, we have a program to do some resource protection measures that then would eventually streamline environmental review. Affordable housing, so that includes accessory dwelling units, inclusionary housing, all the funding we've been talking about. Increased housing production falls under the multi-unit housing program. And preserving existing housing, that's the work we're doing with hotels, short-term rentals, and the conversion ordinance. So in the long run, after you look at the changes we're proposing, programs that would be started or completed sooner is HE4 is a use by right program. That's a state mandated program, and HCD clarified we do not need an ordinance to do this. It just is automatically in effect upon adoption of the housing element. The ADU program that's going to be, there's a portion of it, the pre-approved plans for ADUs, that's a state law now, and so that's been moved up to complete sooner. Innovative housing types was moved up. I'm combining the affordable housing program, HE12, and inclusionary, HE13. They're really very what's the word for it, linked together. In some sense, they could have just been one program, but the study to look into how are we going to increase our affordable housing numbers, what are we doing with inclusionary ordinance, that could be lumped together, and that's programmed to start sooner. And then the hotel zones, we've been hearing a lot of interest in moving that forward, so that was moved forward. Started or completed later would be some ordinance amendments for special needs housing, the multi-unit residential phase of process improvements, and the multi-unit housing program. It started with what you've already looked at, that report and eliminating the sunset, but all the other programs would follow a little bit later. The actual zoning amendments for the inclusionary housing ordinance were moved up a little later because I think we had originally had them done in a year, and we have to do the study first, then do all the process for the ordinance amendments, and a year is too short. Housing resources for the public was moved a little later, and a portion of the permanent funding, there's consideration of a development impact fees, which requires a study first, and so starting that study and completing that portion of it was a little bit later. So looking forward to next year, this is what we hope to complete. Process improvements, we've already, other staff, the design review staff, are working on the single residential unit process improvements, so that should be completed next year. Objective design standards, that's a grant-funded project. It has to be completed in the fall of next year. So I'm looking forward to shifting my time to finishing that project next year. The affordable housing funds, that's the local housing trust funds and the HOPE funds have been moved up. And there is an ongoing component to that, but getting those done next year. And also we have a program EIR. This should be out next year, and that's for implementing the housing element programs. We hope to start also the adaptive reuse program, the pre-approved plans I already mentioned, selecting a consultant and doing the study for affordable housing and inclusionary, the short-term rental programs, hotel zone evaluations, the residential units conversion ordinance, because they all kind of go together, and a ballot initiative for the permanent funding. So our recommendation today is that your commission review and consider the adoption draft of the housing element and forward your recommendation to City Council for adoption of a general plan amendment. I'm going to touch just briefly again on the CEQA analysis. The adoption of the housing element is, we're proposing a notice of exemption pursuant to the common sense exemption, because adoption alone does not approve any project or change the environment. But we are doing, as I mentioned, that program EIR, and that's to cover all the program implementation actions. The next steps are HCD review letter, so they got the draft at the end of October. It's not due to us until December, but our analysts did suggest that we would get it by November, so we'll see. Hasn't arrived quite yet. Although Mr. Gullett's going to check and see if that letter arrived while we're talking. City Council adoption hearing is scheduled for December 12th this year. Then once it's adopted, it goes back to HCD, and we do have to receive final findings on the adopted element from HCD before it's considered certified. And I will end here for questions and comments.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dicey. I really appreciate the presentation and several slides that go beyond the very large document that we've had to review. It was very helpful. Next, we're going to move on to public comment, and I'm going to defer to Ms. Johnson to help lead that.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. At this time, I do have one request to speak for Ben Romo. If you would like to make your way up to the podium, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. If anyone else in the audience would like to speak, you can fill out a speaker slip at the back of the room and turn it into staff. And you can proceed with your public comment.
Okay. I need everyone in the world to hear what I'm saying, right? That would suit my ego well. Chair Bonderson, members of the commission, thank you for hearing me out today. There are a couple points I want to make on the housing element document, both having to do mainly with density and affordability requirements. Generally, though, I wanted to say that I wish there was a little more specificity and immediately actionable items in the plan. I understand that the city needs to get the plan draft to the state, get it approved as soon as possible. So I do support approval. But there are some generally, I just wish, seems like there's a lot of studying going on, and I'd love to see more action. I'm not a planning expert, so I would defer to you whether that's possible or not, and your excellent staff, by the way. So a couple of main things that I wanted to touch on is, first off, downtown, the 63 units per acre that the current AUD policy allows in terms of density isn't enough to incentivize housing downtown. I mentioned before, last week when I spoke, and some of you know, I work with the developer of 821 State, where we entitled a housing, commercial to residential conversion. That property owner philanthropically chose to donate that property to the housing authority. So obviously, this is a developer that doesn't prioritize profit in the same way that many developers do. We're looking at another conversion property downtown, and that property could accommodate physically, in terms of quality design, could accommodate 16 units. It's only zoned for 9. So we could do 8 upstairs and 8 downstairs. It's only zoned for 9 under the AUD policy. And so in order for us to do higher density, we would need to devote 9 of our units. To get to 16, we would need to devote 9 of our units to low-income affordable. That makes the project a money loser. And so it's off the table. So we're doing 8 units, we're only doing them upstairs, and the city's losing out on an opportunity to have more housing. We had a similar experience with a project outside of the high-density AUD, so I think it was 27 units per acre. The Housing Authority actually brought this property to us to explore, and it was, we put an offer in, and our offer was consistent with a break-even project for residential. We were beat out by a hotel developer on that property. So I think adaptive reuse is critical. I'm glad to see that some timelines have been pushed up, and I hope that the adaptive reuse policy, I think it was listed originally as being something the city would get to by the end of December of 2024. I hope you would make that sooner. That we need housing downtown for as an economic development strategy. That's critical. The other thing is, you know, this is kind of more generally, is if the city's going to explore if the city is going to impose affordability restrictions, I think the city ought to follow the lead of the state and allow for some bonus density for those restrictions. And for those moderate and middle income units that state bonus density doesn't allow, maybe explore a city bonus density project that would lock in place the local city ordinances, not give like state bonus density does, give people the ability to get around those, but that would incentivize developers to do more moderate and middle income units that aren't really in the rental category, aren't really incentivized under state bonus density.
Thank you so much, Mr. Romo. Before you leave the podium, I have a question for you, and I'm not sure you'll have the answer.
I probably won't, but.
It's okay if you don't. It's just a curiosity question in the example that you shared with us about the 16 units and that the 9 being affordable would not have worked out. It would have been a loss, financial loss project. Do you by any chance have a calculation of what you could have done to make the project move forward? Like in a hypothetically perfect world, of those 9, how many of them could have been affordable, and how many of them would you have needed to make the project affordable? Do you have that type of calculation?
I don't have that, but I'll tell you that what we cost the, I don't have that.
Okay, I was just curious to know where we would have to land to make a project like that
Well,
work. in
I think-
in a real world.
Yeah, I think that the city needs to come to terms with the reality. When we talk about housing downtown, that is the most restrictive. That is the most expensive, property. There aren't a whole lot of buildings that you can do this in, these commercial conversions. The adaptive reuse policy that the staff, I commend them for bringing an adaptive reuse policy to the Planning Commission in 2021. It had no income restrictions in it. It had unlimited density. And that's what's needed. You know, you're competing with hotels.
Yeah.
And we looked at our current project right now. We're looking at like a very low return, far lower than what other developers would need. You know, I don't fault them.
Thank
They
you.
need this.
Thank you so much. It's always nice to hear
And if
from
I could just put
experience.
one last little plug in for
Sure.
your staff. All these changes are going to take staff resources. I know you're not a budgeting body. Well, I'll go make this point more at the city council, but you need to allocate funding to your staff to support their work, because they're doing great work. It's just workload's pretty high.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We appreciate you being here in person, taking time out of your day. Back to you, Ms. Johnson. Do we have anyone else interested in speaking to us today?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. I do have one more speaker slip for Steve Johnson. If you'd like to make your way up to the podium, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Welcome, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'll mention briefly these remarks that amplify my written comments. I've heard already today from the previous speaker several mentions of hotels, and it's my belief that you already have the authority to deny hotels based on sound community planning. That language has been in the code since 1982. The staff report from 2012 makes very clear that the commission has wide latitude in applying that standard, and I hope you'll take another look at that, perhaps ask the city attorney for their view. It stood unchallenged for 35 years by city attorneys. They heard that, they were there when the staff report was presented. My bigger concern, however, is the systemic bias in priority housing zoning. You see reports, priority housing zoning was intended to encourage smaller units, and it did, smaller than the gigantic palaces that we got with variable density housing, but not small enough to be affordable. And it's just a defect in the density table. For some reason, there's densities that start off based on average unit size of 970 and they go down to, I think, 811, 807. Why did it stop at 807? Why can't you have a project based on an average unit size of 450 square feet? I own an apartment in San Luis Obispo. It's got 36 units, 12 studios, 12 one-bedrooms, 12 two-bedrooms. The sizes for studios are 350, one-bedrooms are 150, one-bedrooms are 450 square feet, and the two-bedrooms are 550 square feet. And every single one of those units rents for attainable rates in the city of San Luis Obispo. They're small. There's no 9-foot ceilings. They do have parking spaces, which is another odd phenomena of the priority zoning. Almost every project in the priority zone has parking when it's not required. If that parking had instead been used for additional units, you'd have much more affordability. But it's impossible. The zoning is biased against it. So my simple remedy is to add one entry to that priority housing density table for projects whose average unit size is 450 square feet, double the density, up to 126 units per acre. It's not going to have any impact on project size. You just take all the units that were projects currently with the average size, most of them are right at 800, cut them in half, get twice as many units, but all studios, and you'd have much more affordability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you as well. We really appreciate you being here in person. Back to you, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. I don't have any further speaker slips at this time, and I'm not seeing any movement, but we did receive 12 written correspondence, which were distributed to the commission prior to the meeting. With that, I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Bonderson.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. And now this will begin our question period, and I'm going to ask my fellow commissioners to turn on their lights when they're ready to speak, and we will begin with Commissioner Boss, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to say hats off to staff. I recognize the challenge of building a plane while flying it. Throughout the various HEU drafts, the city and the state have moved forward with programs and policies, so formerly known as AUD, but multi-unit housing, affordable housing trust, adaptive reuse. You've done a lot, and throughout that, the costs and data and political will have all changed as well. Something that was really helpful to me was showing the timeline during your presentation today, but I also want to distinctly acknowledge, because I know that it's in the housing element draft, but in the slides, you really didn't get to share much about the public outreach that you did, and that was just incredible through presentations and direct response to public comment. So just first kudos. And I recognize a lot of the really significant changes from the April draft and appreciate that, but have some outstanding kind of questions and requests. You answered my first question about the substantial conformance letter that maybe we're getting it today. And I just want to make sure, because I didn't realize, I hadn't done the math. So the state doesn't have to return it to us until really the end of December. So if we haven't received it by the council meeting December 12th, what happens then?
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Boss, we can still go ahead and adopt a housing element without that letter. Both the county has done that, the city of Goleta has done that, so we can move ahead. It's just we run the risk of more edits needed
Okay.
later, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Second question, because you mentioned this a bit, that the state and other grants have asked us to prioritize some things. So I think the state, you said, to prioritize in terms of timing small sites, and a grant requires us to prioritize objective design standards. So I know that's balanced with staff resources and everything else in the housing element. Are there other things that the state or grants are dictating timelines around?
Commissioner Boss, I know that when we spoke to HCD, anything that is sort of a regulatory requirement they wanted us to do as soon as possible. I can't pull up specifically what that may have been. The small sites was really important to them, and it looks like Mr. Gullett wants to add something, so.
Yeah, sure. Chair Bunderson, Commissioner Boss, the program EIR is also grant funded, and that's really important to get into place initially because we'll be tiering off of that for the programs. And that could be some work. As a matter of comparison, we did a big EIR for the general plan in 2010, and there was about 1,000 pages of responses to public comment.
Great, thank you so much. Another question: after reviewing minutes and past council and planning commission meetings, the directive really seems to be do more and sooner. But the language in the housing element update in some sections seems to kind of hesitate to take action and to take action immediately. In your presentation, you reviewed the phases of program implementation. Can you tell us, I guess, what is holding us back, aside from staff resources, what is really holding us back from more of the action language?
Commissioner Boss, I would say, again, staff resources is one of those things. And also, we want to keep our programs as essentially an outline and a framework of what we want to do. There's a lot of differing opinions on how we implement these programs. We have multiple public comment letters with very specific requests for implementation. We've heard from your commission. We hear from staff. And so we keep the program framework general enough that we can move forward and take all those things into consideration, and including additional public outreach before we commit ourselves to anything very specific in the program itself. So it does provide us the path forward, for sure. It's just, it generally has some language that maybe isn't as strong as you would like, but we need to keep flexibility in there so we can hear from all parties.
Has the state made any specific mention to that, of just the lack of specificity on some things, or the lack of action?
Commissioner Boss, no, we've reviewed these with our state reviewer, and there were a few places where he wanted us to add public outreach and address special needs housing, but he did not have concerns about the language itself.
Thank you. Another question about a few of the specific policies and goals note an intent to work with other parties. So Santa Barbara City College was one of the ones mentioned. Can you talk about what that process is? So I'm looking for more specificity on what is the process for partnering with somebody and what does a formal partnership look like?
Sure. Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Boss, we have relationships with other government entities in the city at different levels. So some of those are at the city administrator level, some are in other departments. We need to establish new relationships in some instances, but it will also take willing parties with Santa Barbara City College, UCSB, like these other groups. But the climate is such that there seems to be a willingness to do that right now. So we would need to strategize on who's involved in the outreach and discussions.
Great, thank you. In terms of rezones, so there isn't language about, there aren't rezones that are specifically recommended in here. Can you talk about why there isn't?
Commissioner Boss, so first off, some jurisdictions have to rezone in order to meet their regional housing needs allocation, but we are able to show in our suitable sites inventory that we have the capacity to accommodate the units that have been assigned to us, so there's no rezones necessary for that. I don't know if there's other reasons you're referring to beyond that, but.
No, I'm just trying to understand. So with the sites inventory, we technically have enough available sites to meet the RENA goals.
Yes, that's correct. Plus, we have, above and beyond that, we have what we call the buffer. So we have additional capacity identified. And the purpose of having that buffer is as you go through the 8 years, if we start missing our income categories, we can still show we have capacity on other sites to accommodate that. So we have, I think, overall a buffer of 14%, but it kind of varies on the income categories.
And I guess anecdotally, you may not have this stat, but I'm wondering from the last housing element update of all the suitable sites inventory that we did, how many of those were actually developed towards meeting our goals?
Yeah. Commissioner Ross, we don't have that data on hand. And just to stress the point, I don't remember it mentioned, but this cycle is very different than the fifth cycle. There are a lot more requirements and double the RENA requirement essentially for the city. So we have a lot more sites than before, and we developed something just over 2,000 units during cycle 5, and we're asked to develop 8,000, or we have a need of 8,000 in 2031 this time.
Great, thank you. Staying kind of related to the suitable sites inventory, I really liked the neighborhood sites opportunities areas, and I understand that was a recommendation from state HCD based on some other communities. So instead of doing a direct, really deep dive into each one of those sites, it was really analyzing the certain areas in the city. So I'm wondering, maybe you have this already in an internal document, but can you add information from the neighborhood sites opportunity areas into the site inventory, so into that chart?
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Boss, some of that information goes into our sites inventory. What you see in the document here is a abbreviated version because it's a really large spreadsheet. So, for example, if we were able to find the age of the existing structure through our research, then that goes into the sites inventory spreadsheet. There's many, many more columns in the full sites inventory that you're not seeing because it's huge.
Thank you. I assumed that, so I appreciate the clarification. And I also want to make sure I did the math right. So of the 446 sites, you mentioned 96% are non-vacant. So that would, I think, be about 430 of those sites are non-vacant, and only 18 of the sites in the inventory are actually vacant.
That is correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Can you talk more about the inclusion of city land in the site inventory and what that process would look like?
Commissioner Boss, we chose not to include city lands in the inventory for the reason that the inventory is supposed to be can be realistically built by 2031. There's a lot of discussion of building on city lots and a lot of support for that. It hasn't been studied yet. So HCD is reviewing our sites inventory line by line, and we would be questioned on that if we claimed capacity on those sites. That's not to say that we can build on those sites between now and 2031, and we would get credit for that. We just can't defend having those in the suitable sites inventory at this time, with the exception of the commuter lot at Castillo and Carrillo.
And can you remind me where the study of city land, including parking lots, which policy that fell under?
It's HE 14.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll pause on my questions now, but it may come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please feel welcome to turn your light back on if you choose to have more questions during the question period. And next, we'll go to Commissioner Wardlow, please.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. And first, I just want to start with thank you to staff. I know this has been a massive undertaking, and I really appreciate all the work that has gone into this, understanding that this is a requirement by the state, and you are doing everything that you can to make us compliant and put our best foot forward. So I have a couple questions, but I want to start with just a level setting, and I think you addressed this a little bit. So in the last RHNA cycle, how many housing units were we required to build, and how many were actually built at the varied income levels?
Commissioner Wardlow, I have that data. I just need to open it up in the housing
Okay.
element and pull it
Great.
up.
I'll give you a minute on that. So I'm going to start with just going through some questions in the order that are proposed in the housing element document. And these are specific to the programs and policies that I feel are most impactful to the way in which this commission and the city could really effectually create and incentivize more affordable housing. So first, I'm going to start with HE1, facilitate conversion of non-residential buildings to housing. Is staff only considering this adaptive reuse in the commercial business district, or are we looking citywide?
Yeah, Commissioner Wardlow and Chair Bonderson. Initially, we're proposing to look at it in the central business district. The reason being that we were considering unlimited density and reduced parking, and that's the area that could handle this the best. But we do look citywide for historic resources, and adaptive reuse could be anywhere citywide in a historic resource.
Okay, so we could make a recommendation that this be included citywide with the unlimited density for adaptive reuse buildings. Given, sorry, that's it. So I'm hoping that that's an option. Do we have a sense of how many buildings are actually eligible for this type of adaptive reuse that would be meaningfully impactful?
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Wardlow, I don't at this time.
Okay. So regarding policy 1.7, prioritize housing and community benefit. Prioritize residential development and non-residential priority projects with broad community benefit on sites zoned both residential and other uses. So given how this is written and how applicants may claim, as they have in past hearings, that they qualify as a non-residential priority project that has broad community benefits, what tools are being proposed in this program that encourage developers to build housing as opposed to a hotel?
Commissioner Wardlow, in this housing element, that tool would be implementation of the program for the hotel zone evaluation, where we would look at all the different tools available to encourage residential housing over hotels.
Okay, so I will get to that part, the rezone of hotels.
Okay.
But for the adaptive reuse aspect, I think I appreciate the public comment that was provided by Ben Romo regarding, if they're looking at doing an adaptive reuse, it makes more sense for the developer to build a hotel under the current way this is set up than to build a housing project. So are we looking at how can we ensure that the projects that we're going to get are going to be housing as opposed to hotels?
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Wardlow, we already allow adaptive reuse of non-residential and non-residential, hotels non-residential. So you can change the use. There's generally no limitation on number of rooms, or you don't need additional non-residential floor area to do that. So this policy and program we're talking about would be new for residential to incentivize residential better than we do now.
I guess my concern is regarding if we're trying to prioritize housing, yet the policy states that it also includes non-residential priority projects, I don't see how that encourages housing if in that stated policy we're noting that non-residential projects would also be prioritized.
Excuse me, while you're looking up your answer, can I ask Commissioner Wardlow, could you tell us what the section is that you're reading so I can
Yep.
turn to it?
I'm in policy goal 1, HE1.
Page number,
Oh,
please.
sorry, and I'm at policy 1.7. I don't have the page number in front of me.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Wardlow. This has been a point of confusion for some. So we included the considered non-residential priority projects with broad community benefit because we know there are things like health clinics and museums that we think are also priority, not above residential necessarily, but it shouldn't be excluded.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. I hope you can see where I'm going with this, of my concerns about this. So I know that you guys have proposed another timeline on the adaptive reuse. What is the next step with council to get this moving forward?
Do you want to take that, or? Commissioner Wardlow, could you clarify? I'm not sure if you mean the next steps generally with council or for that specific program.
For that specific program, because my understanding was that it was understood that this was going to be coming back to council now. But I don't know if that's accurate. Because in the timeline that I saw, it was in 2025. Though I do have a couple of different documents pulled up since we've had different timelines provided.
Yeah, Commissioner Wardlow, our new timelines in the memo your commission received on the 13th has that program starting the second quarter of next year and then ending at the end of 2025.
Okay, so implemented in 2025. Okay.
Please excuse my interruption. I actually had a question on this too, and if you don't mind that I slip it in, then I don't have to come back to it when it's my turn.
Totally.
Just to be clear, because you have it pulled up, what was the original timeline?
Chair Bonderson, the original timeline was by the end of December 2024 to prepare and adopt the ordinance, and then followed by outreach materials by June 2025. This is one of the ones where we lined up all the things we're already working on, the grant-funded project that has to end next year, and these programs, and adjusted it a little bit because it's just a staff resource issue.
That's what I thought you were going to say, and I just wanted to make sure, the ones that are coming before it, are they prerequisites to this one? Are they connected, or is it simply getting postponed because the other ones have deadlines and this one doesn't?
Chair Bonderson, Sorry, this one, there's nothing coming forward in front of this. Sorry, I'm not answering.
As
Could
a
you repeat the
prerequisite,
question?
yeah, it
As a
was just-
pre-work, there's
This is
nothing.
not dependent on anything else, this is
Oh,
just,
correct, yes.
okay, I just wanted to understand that it wasn't dependent, it was just being postponed because the others have a deadline attached to them? Is that correct?
Not entirely, Chair Bonderson. So it is dependent on the EIR. So we need environmental review to be completed. Backing up a little bit, we're expecting that to be with this package, but we separated it for various reasons. And also this, as Ms. Dicey said, we expected this housing element to be adopted and certified early this year. So everything's been shifted and shifted a little more because the EIR is separated from the housing element.
Thank you. And lastly, when do you expect that this would come to the Planning Commission? Obviously, it's earlier than your due date that you've shared with us, because that's when we are expecting to take it to council. When do we expect to see it here at Planning Commission? And that concludes my questions. Rough estimate?
Yeah, I'd expect the planning commission to see it fall or late next year, so within the year.
Thank you. And that concludes my jump-in questions. Thank you for your patience, Ms. Wardlow.
No. No, thank you for jumping in. Okay, moving on to HE10, so multi-unit housing program. I know this commission just hosted a hearing on this last week and provided substantial feedback, which I'm really excited about. So I just wanted to follow up on two components of that, not disregarding all the other important comments that were made, but I think these are kind of critical to the success of the other elements of this plan. What is the timeline for redefining community benefit to housing projects that produce affordability as opposed to just housing in general?
Thank you for the question. So this is a topic we've been talking about for a few years, and just to give some context for it, rental housing is considered community benefit in and of itself without affordability, and there's reasons for that, and it allows for consideration of increased height, and also it allows for more density in the priority housing overlay. So this is included as part of our large zoning ordinance amendment package that would be toward the end of this housing cycle. However, we're going to be looking at different zoning ordinance amendments that facilitate affordable housing, and there may be opportunities along the way when we're making zoning ordinance amendments to include that in an earlier amendment package to address that.
Okay, and maybe I misunderstood. I thought that the city council had given direction that we wanted to redefine community benefit to ensure that it was specific to housing that had some level of affordability within it. And I thought that direction was provided 2 years ago.
It was.
Oh, okay.
What,
But didn't you just say that that's not going to happen until the end of this cycle, that we're going to redefine this?
At the very latest, it would be at the end of the cycle. What I'm trying to convey is there will be opportunities to do it much earlier with other zoning ordinance amendments packages, including adaptive reuse. We could group it together with things that make sense.
That's encouraging, okay. Okay, well, I'll save my thoughts on this for later. Moving on. Policy goal number 2, my most favorite policy goal that we have here. So prioritize affordable housing. So I have concerns that the first policy bullet within this goal, which I think many of us are very focused on given the housing crisis, is prioritize affordable housing and community benefit projects. Prioritize the production of deed-restricted affordable housing and non-residential priority projects with broad community benefits over all other land uses and housing types. I am concerned that this language Again, I can see what you mentioned earlier, that it could include, health clinics and things like that. But for the first bullet of our policy on prioritizing affordable housing, I would think that it should stick to prioritizing affordable housing as opposed to bringing in the language that would then potentially be utilized as an opportunity to make the argument that other uses create broad benefits. Could you give a little bit of rationale as to why this was included? And the reason I ask this is because when I look at the 2015 housing element, which I would argue was a time where the housing crisis was less severe, the language in the 2015 housing element did not include a kind of additional component around other projects that are non-residential.
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Wardlow, I want to take a step back and just, where this came from was probably early 2022. We did have a small work group comprised of Commissioner Wiscombe and former Commissioner Escobedo, and we worked on the policy language. This one, I remember we discussed, and the idea behind the and other non-residential priority projects was, as Mr. Gullett already mentioned, there's museums and health clinics are the first two that come to mind. There may have been other things we were thinking about, so that's where that came from.
Totally understandable. I hope that in the context of the primary goal of promoting and prioritizing affordable housing, that staff may be amendable to amending this language for just this specific bullet, given that we have it in the other bullet that I mentioned previously, that it also notes the ability to prioritize non-residential housing. But given that this policy goal is specifically around affordable housing, I just want to set up the commission and the city for as much success as possible in being able to defend the position that we do in fact need to prioritize affordable housing.
Commissioner Wardlow, would you be willing to, let's say, deliberate with us as a group and make that recommendation, see how we may
Yeah,
feel
I
like-
apologize, I'm diverging.
No,
I will
you're not,
move into
you're
more
not. I was
questions.
just going to ask you to come back to it, not because you're you're not in the wrong place now, you're asking questions, but I'm going to encourage you to bring it back again during deliberations, and let's see how amenable we may be to supporting the direction you're recommending, and then we'll see what happens.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. And I appreciate you both answering these questions, and I thank you again. Okay, next component, HE12, prioritize, oh wait, no, HE13, evaluate inclusionary housing ordinance.
Can you please give us a page number?
Sorry.
It's okay. It'll help us keep up with you.
HE13,
Page 249. Thank you.
and is that the overall staff report? That's what you're looking, okay. Sorry, I have just the housing element itself pulled up, so.
We just want to make sure everybody who's reading it in different ways can all keep up with you.
136 of the document, HE12, under the policy goal of prioritizing affordable housing. Or HE13, my apologies, evaluate inclusionary housing ordinance. So I just wanted to get a sense of, so the program description notes that since 2019, 11 deed restricted moderate income inclusionary and 25 are still pending. For the record, are these all the moderate, are they all coming from the 10% inclusionary requirement that was added in 2019, or how did we get those?
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Wardlow, yeah, I can confirm that's from the amendments that were made to the rental in 2019, rental inclusionary.
Wonderful. Okay. Is it safe to say that the main tool that we have as of now to encourage or create moderate income housing is through that inclusionary requirement?
Correct, I would agree.
Okay, great. So in the 2015 housing element, we specified that we would like to, that it was recommended to study a potential of 15 to 25% inclusionary. In this housing element, we do not have any specified specifics around what evaluating the inclusionary housing ordinance would actually mean. Could you provide some clarity as to why staff didn't feel comfortable providing recommendations as we did in the last time?
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Wardlow, so the 2015 housing element policies and implementations were generally suggestions, for lack of a better term. We weren't held to them by HCD. And that particular one regarding inclusionary housing was for the city to consider, I think 15 to 25, which was done with a consultant. We didn't feel the need to specify that here because we will look at a range. We were also, and we've been discussing publicly, wanting to look at different affordability levels with different percentage of inclusionary. So we didn't feel it needed to be specified here because it will be done when we do this work.
Okay. Would staff be open to feedback from this commission on a varied level of approach on what those percentages could be and what those income brackets could be?
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Wardlow, at this point, it's recommendations from the commission to city council. So this is the draft for adoption. We're set to go to city council on the 12th. So if that's the kind of change that the planning commission would want, or you would want the minutes to reflect for city council to consider, that would be an appropriate way to do it.
Okay, thank you for that. So going back to in the overall report, it notes that $675,000 have been created from the in lieu fees. Is that all from, all of this 675 from in lieu fees, is that accurate? Is that right? Am I understanding right? Because I thought from the AED report that it was like around 125.
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Wardlow, I got this information from our business manager with the city, with our division at the time that this was written. So that's the information I had. They could have, in the report, there may have been different numbers, I'm not sure. Looks like Mr. Isaacson wants to weigh in.
Welcome. Just introduce yourself for the record.
Hello, my name is Eli Isaacson. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Santa Barbara. Nice to see all of you this afternoon. Just on this one little piece of data, we ran the numbers as it related to our work on the Local Housing Trust Fund very recently, and I think the in lieu fee amount for the city is more in the $900,000 range than the 680 or whatever it is that's in the housing element. That number has come up very recently due to the work we're doing around the Local Housing Trust Fund, so that will be something we'll have to update just to be precise.
That's
in what we,
encouraging. It's
yeah.
more than we thought. And is that in lieu fee, are these primarily coming from when we have a inclusionary requirement, but the developer decides to provide the in lieu fee instead of building the housing?
Correct. There are certain instances where there is an option based off of overall unit count, where an in lieu fee is an option rather than providing the units themselves. So that is where those fees have come from. We had a recent meeting at Ordinance Committee. We have identified that source of funding as ongoing revenue into the Housing Trust Fund. Council would like us to prioritize those funds for that purpose. We will then obviously be looking at other funding as our matching funds for that program. But that is where those fees come from. We, staff and I are already talking and looking at bringing on some consultant support to reevaluate that fee. That fee is, I suspect that fee is low as it's currently set. We have not reevaluated that since I've been here at the city. That's in around 2.5 years now. So that's something we fully intend to do very early on next year, is bring on a economic consultant to help us look at things like that. But also there's several things around inclusionary fees and our inclusionary program that we would like to take a look at, as Mr. Gullett alluded to, trying to look at our inclusionary program overall and looking at opportunities to sort of matrix out a little bit differently income levels and percentages and things like that, to be a little bit more flexible in how we apply that inclusionary requirement around projects to address concerns that were brought up by Mr. Romo and others about needing that level of flexibility to make projects sort of financially feasible.
I really appreciate that answer. So aligned with that, when we go about doing the Nexus study to evaluate the inclusionary component, can we add to that Nexus study the evaluation of the in lieu fees as well and do that at the same time? Is that possible?
I believe so. I want to defer to staff. They're much closer to that, but the idea is to try to do as much of this, the like work when we're doing the work. And Ms. Dicey referenced this earlier, right, of this idea of sort of theming up these policies and programs, because there is an advantage from a staffing resource perspective, but also just in terms of bringing things forward to you and to City Council, wrapping our minds around what it is we're evaluating, what it is we're talking about. It's much easier to have those conversations if we're talking about things that are related either thematically or process-wise or sequentially, whatever it might be. I will note that we've reevaluated this timeline. I know there's concerns about the timeline, how we're prioritizing things, how we've sequenced things. Part of what what is proposed in the latest draft of the housing element reflects this sort of balancing act, right, of HCD requirements, staffing constraints, things that we know are priorities of both this commission and the City Council, and then also just what makes sense in terms of order of operations and how we're doing things. And so that is sort of what that current list of priorities reflects, is our best understanding of that balancing act. Obviously, if there's comments of where we could sort of reevaluate some of those things, obviously we'd like to hear those. But that's how we've arrived at this sort of the sequencing that is included in this draft.
I appreciate that. And that does bring me to my next question, which is around development fees. So as the city looks at, my understanding is that we currently don't have development fees for non-residential projects. And so when we're looking at, as has been noted by everyone, there's a lot of studying, monitoring, evaluating in this plan, which obviously makes sense for the increase in the inclusionary and increasing the in lieu fees. And my question is, can we also add to that nexus study list in the realm of having consistency in what we're trying to approach and themes, the development fee? Because when we're looking at the Housing Trust Fund and wanting to increase that number as much as we can so we can get state match grants, it would make sense to me that when we're looking at developments that are going to be hiring low-income workers, that we are having a development fee associated with that so that those funds can go into our Housing Trust Fund.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Wardlow. I think we can certainly take a high-level look at development fees. I think I want to know more about how the type of development that we're seeing in our city, how that relates to development fees and what a development fees program could actually generate in revenues. And I think we could do that at a pretty high level before then diving into what an actual development fees sort of schedule might look like. So that high level, does this make sense for our community type investigation? I think that that's a reasonable thing to include. But based off of that assessment, I would want to wait and see where we land on that before committing to saying, yes, development fees are something we want to pursue here in Santa Barbara.
I guess my concern is that when we have hotel projects come before us and we are discussing workforce housing and we are discussing the option of if you're going to build a use that has low-income employees, we'd like to see housing associated with that. Obviously, that is a big ask. So is it possible, to me, it would make sense that that be included in this Nexus study. So I guess this is comments. I'll stop.
No, don't need to stop, but before there's an answer, I wanted to bring our attention to our city attorney.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. I just want to, I know this is a general topic too in terms of the housing element. I just kind of want us to stay a little bit on track. I think Ms. Dicey said a perfect example of this is an outline of what our policies are for the housing element. There are a lot of and it's been approved by the HCD. So there's a lot of stuff that is going to go into that. So when we're talking, our goal for today, because we do have a council hearing for December 12th, is to get in terms of input. So when we go December 12th, we will have it before council and they will see a full body of what Planning Commission has reviewed and recommended, what staff has. So we don't want to get down the trail too much on that. And to that point too, as we're talking about fees and things, I do want to point out too what Mr. Isaacson said too, the importance of passing this too. So for example, not only on the 12th is the council going to see this, but on 12th, ordinance is going to see the first draft of the local housing trust fund ordinance. And so the importance to get, at least be able to get matching grants from the state in the application in the spring of 2024 is to have an adopted local housing trust fund. So yes, the main theme is today is to get a lot of comments on this. And these questions are great, but we want to kind of focus on the plan and the comments on that too. So just for the purpose of the scope, as well as not to dive in for the Brown Act, I just wanted to interject on that.
Of course, thank you, Mr. Doimus. And shall we recommend that if Commissioner Wardlow is interested in making this into a recommendation, she can say this later on during deliberations, but not to go too deep at this point?
No, I think these questions are good and online, and they will form a part of the recommendation later. So I think there's some questioning that at least going into that. But then in terms of how we're going to come up with fees or input on that I think that's something that may be later
It can be a
down.
suggestion to council to
Suggestion,
further
exactly.
analyze it.
For-
Okay.
for the process of how to further analyze it, that's kind of what I'm trying to get
That
at,
helps
right? The
very
process
much
of further-
clarify how we want to handle the recommendation. Do you mind, Commissioner Wardlow, if we open up just this topic for a moment to get clarity for everyone?
Yes, and I just want to say I appreciate your response on that. I think I understand what you're saying. I'll make my comments in the deliberation.
And I can come back to you. You're not done. Just let's maybe cover all the fee questions first.
I'm done with fee questions. That was helpful.
Commissioner DeLuccio has a fee question. Let's
Yeah,
just keep it all together here. Go ahead.
Mine is brief. Hi. The question is, educate me for one moment. When I read the document, you call out two different funds. So what are the difference between the funds? One was the Hope Fund, and one was the Local Housing Trust Fund.
What's your question? What's
Yeah,
the
what-
difference?
what's the difference between the funds, and how does the new one they're developing play into this? Is it part of one of these?
Absolutely. Chair Bonderson, Commissioner DeLuccio. So around a year ago, council identified first a sort of about $250,000 in general funds, and then several months later identified slightly less than $3 million in funds that they wanted to put towards affordable housing. That effort initially started as what we named the HOPE Fund, which was an acronym for Housing Opportunity Preservation and Equity, I believe is what the acronym stood for, and moved that forward. And credit to Ms. Wiscombe, she came to a ordinance committee meeting and reminded us that as part of the housing element, we really should have been looking at a local housing trust fund. And at that point, we sort of refocused our attentions and really sort of started pursuing the local housing trust fund, which we will be bringing a draft ordinance of that fund to council before the end of the year. I believe that is scheduled to go to ordinance committee December 12th. So that's the local housing trust fund. That is a state program run by HCD. You put in sort of funds then to be matched by the state that can then be deployed to affordable housing projects, working with partners like the housing authorities and others.
So the new fund is going to be called the Local Housing Trust Fund.
Correct,
And
but
then-
we are also still considering, it's sort of been put to the side as we sort of continue to work on the local housing trust fund. As someone mentioned earlier, there is a timeliness about that because new funds, which ours would be considered a new fund, will be eligible for special funding in the spring that's released by HCD. So they have the sort of the larger pot of funding, but then they also have a sort of special pot for new funds, and so we would be eligible for both. And so there is some urgency around that. We fully intend to also pick up the HOPE Fund in the future because there are certain things that we are interested in doing, specifically around sort of programmatic housing programs and programmatic expenditure that isn't allowed by the state's local housing trust fund program that we still want to pursue. But we just, for a bandwidth issue, are really focused on the housing trust fund first, and then we'll revisit the HOPE Fund to be able to support things like down payment or first and last month rental assistance, legal support for tenants, things like that. So that's can be funded through the Hope Fund, and we, as I said, we still fully intend to pursue that, but our focus now is on the local housing trust
That's
fund.
very good to know. One final question. I have-
I'm going to
Yeah.
interrupt you for a second.
Yeah.
I would like to give Commissioner, not anymore? Okay, go ahead and finish.
Just want
then.
to finish my thought. The AUD program, as we just mentioned, that's that's some of the money that's gone into the Hope Fund from the AUD program, the 10%. That money was put in. The in lieu fees.
fees.
Okay, so actually now with state bonus density, I understand a lot of our projects that come before us now, they bundle them together. They're starting with the AUD, and then they're going deeper to get some more affordable units with the state bonus density. So that will increase the fund also.
Not necessarily. So the in lieu fees are for certain projects that are more units than this, but less units than that. And I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but 5 to 9. So if you're a project that's 5 units to 9 units, you have the option of paying a fee rather than
Yeah, I
providing the
understand that.
affordable.
But there are more than 10, you have to pay into the.
No, if you're more than 10, you have to
You have
provide
to
the
build it on
units.
site, I'm sorry.
Correct.
So if it's less.
So those developments would not include an inclusionary fee.
I
They would,
got
they
you.
would
So when you do
build
the
units.
math, it's not as much as we think, as far as going to a fund, less than 10 units. If it's 9 units or something.
Correct. So it's based off project size. So a number of our projects in the city fall into this sort of, this donut hole of 5 to 9 units. And if your project falls into that range of overall number of units, as a developer, you're given the option. You can A, provide inclusionary units on site, or B, you can pay a fee to not have to provide those. But those are the only projects that are currently paying an inclusionary fee in the city.
I understand, so it's not adding up to a lot of money.
Correct.
Gotcha,
And
thank you.
before I pass the mic back to you, Commissioner Wardlow, please be patient. I'm going to slip one more person in here. Commissioner Wiscombe, would you like to tag on?
Thank you, Mr. Isaacson, just while you're up here. So back to what Commissioner Wardlow was talking about earlier, which was really studying inclusionary and in lieu fees simultaneously because they could go hand in hand. My question is, in the local housing trust fund that we're developing, we have to have a dedicated source of funds to get that approved by HCD, which it has to be approved before we can get matching funds from HCD. So are we looking at in lieu fees as the dedicated source of funds? Okay, so if we're doing that, then it's really mandatory that we look at, or compelling, I should say, not mandatory, but compelling, really compelling, that we look at in lieu fees at the same time we're looking at inclusionary, because our in lieu fees are too low. I think that's been, you said 2.5 years, nothing's changed. They were kind of created and out of a recommendation, and I think it's, $25 a square foot or some
Very low.
ridiculous number that doesn't make any sense anymore. So that's just my point. So, okay, so my
Yeah,
question was, we are using in lieu fees.
We are using in lieu fees. Thank you, Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Wiscombe. We intend to use, I think is probably the right way of phrasing it, we intend to use in lieu fees for the local housing trust fund as of our prior ordinance committee and finance committee meetings on this topic. Again, the ordinance that would sort of include that will not be going back to ordinance committee until December 12th. So I don't want to get too far ahead of my skis, but that is the plan as it stands now. With our current fund balance, again, in the sort of $850,000 to $900,000 range, we have quite a bit of runway there to get this program going. I think HCD is sort of given us indication that they're expecting, something around $150,000 a year as those ongoing contributions. And so with the balance that we have now, we can sort of definitely fund that program for the 5 years they're looking for. So I think we feel confident there. But your point is extremely well taken, that it's time to revisit both, because I do believe that they are closely tied to one another, our overall inclusionary program and any sort of inclusionary in lieu fee. We'd have to look at both of those simultaneously to come up with something more holistic and really comprehensive that gives both our developer community opportunities as well as addresses the affordable housing needs of the community.
Thank you so much. It's so appropriate to have you here today to speak on this. But before we go on, I'd like to welcome Mr. Duemas back into the conversation.
I know Commissioner Wardlow is going to go next, so it goes back to her appropriate questioning of, again, looking at these sources of fees, examining them for this local housing trust fund. And so using that as an example, right, when you're looking at the housing element and looking at these dedicated fees, I'll just go with that as an example. That will be codified in the ordinance. There's an ordinance committee on December 12th. We're looking at putting it in Title 26. And the dedicated fund would be what's already been contributed by council, some a little bit over $2.5 million, and using the inclusionary fees as a continuing source because we're required to for 5 years, right? That's a requirement under state law. And then they could be matched by private sources, et cetera. So what those new fee rates will be, you know, that's the transparency and this nexus studies, and that's what's needed to develop down the road. That's something that'll occur months from now. But again, it goes back to the importance of why this approval, housing element needs to be approved, in the sense that the conversation's moot in terms of getting funding, match funding from the state, unless we have a housing element approved. So I just wanted to add that point. That was all. So.
And Commissioner Wiscombe, if you'd like to respond.
Yeah, I really appreciate this discussion. I just have one final question, which I think may help our commission in terms of making our recommendations. My understanding is that the ordinance committee, and granted it hasn't gone to full council yet, but I think council had already directed it, that the approximately $3 million go into this local housing trust fund also. Isn't that correct?
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Wiscombe, thank you. Yes, that is correct. So it's just, this is getting into the weeds and probably
Yeah.
far more detail than anyone needs.
I apologize.
But we have, the local housing trust fund requires two sources of funding. One is the sort of ongoing funding, which supports operational expenses of the fund. And then the other pot is called matching funds. And those are the funds that you put up to then have the state match to then deploy out to partners like Housing Authority and others who are building affordable housing in the community. And so that's how these two sort of pots of money kind of work together. And there's, if you're interested, you could watch the last Finance Committee meeting. We went into this in detail. If anybody has follow-up questions, I'd be happy to answer them. But we kind of talk about the eligible sources of funding for both types, both the ongoing and the matching. And based off that conversation, Finance Committee made some recommendations of how to approach both. And the sort of first influx of the matching funds will be that roughly $3 million that was set aside by council however many months ago.
Thank you for the answer to that. I think that makes your point even, Commissioner Wardlow, more important. Thank you so much.
And just to hold on to Mr. Isaacson and keep the conversation
Well, I really want
just
you
a
guys
little
to
bit-
talk to the experts, so I wanted to sit down.
We have Vice Chair Bauke. He would like to keep you up here for just a moment and finish the conversation.
One follow-up, last question, I hope. Based on this conversation and the details that you provided, then from my perspective, what you're saying is the list that's in HE 31, which is a long list of funding sources, and also what would we would call in the business an affordable housing linkage fee, which is, I think, what Commissioner Wardrow was talking about, would all be sources of funds that could be used going forward when they're adopted and established. Is that a correct characterization?
I believe so. It's a hard question to answer because, thank you, Vice Chair Bauke. It's a difficult question to answer because HCD really sets the rules as to what can and can't be used. And just one thing, for instance, our successor agency, RDA funds, cannot be used as matching funds in the local housing trust fund because those are funds dedicated to other types of affordable housing or already dedicated. So those are the types of funds that could be used in this local housing trust fund, but I don't want to say like definitively every one that's listed here could be, because there are some rules governing which types of funds can be used for that purpose. But I think you're on the right track that additional sources of housing revenue coming to the city, whether it's the types of fees Ms. Wardlow are referencing, those are the types of things we are envisioning going into this local housing trust fund to support housing production in the city.
Yeah, thank you.
And thank you for everyone who participated in this piece of the discussion. I'm going to give the floor back to Commissioner Wardlow to continue with her questioning.
Well, I really appreciate the comments from my fellow commissioners, as I feel like they have addressed a few of the other questions that I had, specifically in relation to the Housing Trust Fund. So thank you very much, Commissioner DeLuca, and thank you, Vice Chair Bauke, and then Commissioner Wiscombe very much clarified exactly where I was going with around the in lieu fees, the development fees, and all of the fee aspects. So I will go back to another component of this. Switching gears a little bit. So I kept saying HU12, and that was because I actually hadn't asked my question around HU12. So going back to the Prioritize Affordable Housing Program, I do have some concern around, the amount of study, monitor, evaluate, and I wanted to see if the city has considered, and I think this is, something that we could look at doing, a city-led density bonus program specific to moderate income. The reason that, I think that could be beneficial to both developers and our bigger goals of creating more moderate income housing is that if the state density bonus is only, providing that density based on low and very low income, has the city explored, or do we have an opportunity to explore our own city-led density bonus program that is specific to moderate AMI? Is that one of the kind of proposals that are nestled in this, study, think about density aspects?
Yes, Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Wardlow. It falls under the small sites bullet, but it could fall under the whole program. We talk about looking at our city density bonus program. It doesn't specify income levels at this point, but it is something we're looking into.
Okay. I appreciate that. I think that could be an interesting, carrot and stick for developers. Okay. Most of my questions have been addressed now. I will save my questions around the hotel rezone for later. I'll let other commissioners talk. My last question is kind of a happier question, which is for Goal 8, the Fund for Affordable Housing, to Vice Chair Bauke's points. There are a number of different taxes that are being proposed that could potentially help contribute into that fund. And I just wanted to know if we're going to, as a city, really prioritize educating the public on what these taxes mean towards affordability, because obviously it would be really sad for us to go through this whole effort, have it fail at the ballot. So, in this plan, I hope that we can prioritize that, and wanted to know if that is being called out as an effort the city will lead in educating the public.
Yeah, Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Wardlow. Certainly, of course, public outreach is always part of what we want to do, and there is a program, I don't remember the name quite yet, but it's about educating the public on all kinds of housing resources, and particularly around affordable housing. So it is accounted for in here.
So the TOT tax, the vacancy tax, the city will take a lead on educating the public on what these can mean for
Yeah,
the
should
affordable
we,
housing.
look at the list of, it says it's includes but not limited to, and has a list. And should we proceed with any of these, for sure, we would do a big education campaign. Because like you said, if we're voting on it, people have to know what they're voting for.
Wonderful. All right, that is the remainder of my questions at this time. I really appreciate everyone's time, and I will turn it over to the rest of my commission. I may jump back in on the hotel rezone when
Anytime.
someone else leads.
You're welcome to turn your light back on. I'm happy to take you again. And I don't have anybody on my screen, but that doesn't mean nobody wants, I say that, and 4 lights turn on. But I'm going to actually take a moment to provide a break here. We usually wait another 10 minutes, but I don't want to interrupt the next person who's going to have their turn. Let's do a 10-minute break. Please be back in your seats. We'll start sharp at 3. Thank you. Welcome back. We are finished with our brief recess. It is 3 o'clock, and we are starting again with Commissioner Boss, please.
Sorry, Madam Chair, did you want others to, I already had an opportunity to ask questions, or is it okay if I go now?
Thank you. I really appreciate your courtesy in that question. Let me go ahead and go through people who have not had a turn. They might ask your question, and then if they don't, I welcome you to come back. So Commissioner DeLuccio, you haven't had an official turn. Please go right ahead.
I'll go fast. Actually, I'm going to steal your thunder a little bit. We were just talking, HE20 is a hotel zone reevaluation, and kind of pleased to see that it's been moved up to Q1 24. Well, I guess it's a comment. Has it been moved up to Q1 2024? That's good news.
Yeah, let's make it into a question, just to be in the
Okay,
right
I
place.
actually have a question about, first of all, thank you for the glossary. I appreciate what you've done on the glossary. You actually did you add workforce housing to the glossary?
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner DeLuccio, yes, we did, and we used the definition that's in the general plan for that.
Thank you for that. Had you considered putting community benefit in there? Maybe that was a place you could have put in and redefine what we'd like to see it to be.
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner DeLuccio, I think, again, community benefit has been much discussed, and the definition of it is under consideration, so I think it's better not to define it here, especially, we don't want to have to come back and amend the housing element if that definition changes.
Multi-unit residential, another definition. I see it's 3 or more. Past, it used to be 4 or 4. How did it go to 3 or more? Did it change because of some of the state bonus density laws?
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner DeLuccio, I looked at the glossary and realized the definitions, I think it was single-unit residential and multi-unit residential, didn't match our zoning ordinance definitions, so I just changed them to match.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I've seen it always being 4 or more for
Yeah.
multi-unit, but, okay, so you did for consistency at this point. Okay. The AU, looking at HE2, and that actually is the La Cumbre planning area. Just wanted to talk about that a little bit, actually. Referencing it, it's also a big part of the inventory. It's actually, I counted that all those sites come up to almost 2,000 units. And I believe this our whole RENA number is 8,001. So 25% of it seems to be, of the numbers seem to be dependent on the La Cumbre sites to be developed. And I understand you only have one application is pending at this time for 655 units.
Commissioner DeLuccio, through Chair Bonderson, that's correct. We only have one application, that's for 3805 State, the Macy's building.
Okay, and then I'm just looking at, maybe you can help me how, I know you guys did a great job on everything. I want to first of all say that, and thank you for hanging in there all these years. We really, really appreciate that, so I really want to call that out. And I know that you went into, defined how you came up with the, when you put the inventory list together, how you've assigned total capacity and how you broke it out into low, moderate, and above moderate. So when I'm looking at the pending project, which has 685 units, for example, and I'm actually on page of staff report 586 of 591. It's way in the back. It has for the Macy's site, I'll call it 685 total capacity called out. Of that, 629 would be above moderate, which means that 10% would be either between lower and moderate. Then all the other sites that are called out, it's like when you look at how come the numbers is so much greater for lower income and for moderate income? If you did a little analysis, it's about 30% between lower and moderate.
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner DeLuccio, so there's a difference between the pending projects in the inventory and the ones that have not yet had an application submitted to us. So if it was a pending project and they submitted the application, what we put in the inventory is exactly what's on their application. That submittal had that income mix for the Macy's site. The other sites, especially if they're in La Cumbre Plaza, they have the capacity. So they made it in our inventory based on having the capacity and meeting the other criteria for being a suitable site. But we had to, we have a formula that was advised by HCD and on how to do the income mix, because they're looking for very low, low, and moderate units. So that was consistent with that formula. So that's why the numbers are different. When we see projects come in, they often don't quite match what the inventory says they were going to be. That's just reality. But in the end, we hope it all balances out and we get to those numbers we need.
Well, as long as the HUD, is that what it's called? The housing,
Oh, it's HCD.
HCD, as long as they're in agreement with it, it's fine, but they're kind of, to me, they're kind of artificial numbers in a sense. When you see what, obviously, a pending application is for the Macy's and what the others are, and you're inflating them by 30%, unless we actually implement a lot of our changes to our policies aggressively, I don't know how we'd come to those numbers in the lower and the moderate. Also, what's interesting is this is very ambitious. 25% of those 8,001, 25% of 2,000 are dependent on the La Cumbre sites to be developed by 2000. They would have to be developed by 2031 to be part of this. The numbers at the end of the day, and I don't know if that sounds very realistic. And it goes back to the point about HE2, you're not going to start any planning on that until Q1 2027, Q1 2027. So you're so dependent on this document to produce so many units from that site. Why are we waiting so long to implement HE2? And I'm not clear what we're implementing on HE2, actually. It seems really vague. It says it's a planning document will be prepared for La Cumbre Plaza.
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner DeLucia, there's a lot in there. Bear with me.
Sorry.
To the sites inventory, I want to look back at it. My recollection is our approach was to include the pending project and not assume those other parcels were going to be developed before 2031. So we did leave parcels off because we're aware of some leases on those properties and we don't expect those to be developed. And that's part of the reason why the study of those sites is deferred to the latter part of the cycle because we don't see an imminent need. We have this application in, so we have this one, and we're talking with them about how that site works with the other sites. But we don't expect those other sites to develop before the end of the cycle.
But they are part of the RENA numbers. I have the page in front of me, and they are all called out on page 586 of 591. It's the 130 South Hope, and I can go through them here. I can list them all out, but they add up to 2,000 units. The RENA number of 8,001. 2,000 are dependent on the full development of the La Cumbre site. So that's why I'm really questioning that, because I just don't think that's realistic.
And you're in the track changes version, correct?
I'm on what?
The track changes version?
Yeah, I'm on the track changes. Do you see that?
581, is that?
It's 586 of 591 in the staff report.
I'll take a look at that if you want to
I
continue.
understand they don't need to be built. I understand it's just an inventory of available land, and I guess it doesn't have to be built out, but it is a lot of units for one site.
Yeah. While you're looking that up, I'm going to allow Commissioner Wiscom to jump in for a moment.
Thank you. I'm just going back to Commissioner DeLucio's earlier question early on about workforce housing, and you defined it. Where is it defined? Because it's not in the glossary.
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Wiscombe, it is in the glossary, but not separate. It's under the affordable housing definition in the glossary, and it's found in the general plan, has a definition section, and it's found there.
It's under-
Page 103,
Oh, okay.
bottom of the,
Oh, there it is. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So,
not the easiest place to find it.
no, it
Yeah.
really isn't. That's, okay, thank
Yeah.
you. It's there, though. Thanks.
Did you want to move on, and then they can come back and answer the question?
Sure, would you like to continue? Or would I?
The only other question I really had, I guess is fine. We've gotten a lot of public comment, and thank you for the responses for the public comment, but I think the responses were for earlier public comment. So now that more public comment has come in, and at one point, we will have a final document, hopefully by the end of the year. And when we have a final document, will those public comments be part of the record in the document, folded into the document? Or we won't respond to those further, will we?
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner DeLucio, so I think you're referring to the public comments you got for today's hearing.
Well, also the ones that were in the front of this draft of the housing.
Oh, okay. Yes,
too.
so we did, when HCD had questions about our public comment and the record for it, I asked them, do you want us to actually fold them into the housing element? Some people put them in the appendix, but he suggested that was not necessary. We do, for the record, post them on our website, and the recent batch of public comment letters we just got, I could, time permitting, do the same thing where we post the public comment letters and then have staff's responses as well. But they're all posted on our city's website. They're just not physically in this document.
Okay, so they're not it's not necessarily HCD to put them at the end of the day.
Yes, they did not request us to, include them as an appendices or
So you
anything
don't want
like
this to
that.
be a 1,000-page
Right.
document at the end. It's
It would make it
588
very
right now.
long.
Yeah, so thank you very much. And maybe you'll give me an answer to the encumbrance when you figure that out.
Thank you. And next we have Commissioner Lodge, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple of questions that came out of things you said, Ms. Dicey, in your presentation. You said determining RENA numbers depends on, well, it's based on jobs and the fact that this Santa Barbara is a jobs and transportation center. I thought also housing cost burden was part of the determination.
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Lodge, so the county as a whole receives the allocation from the state of what is projected to be needed in 2031. And then SBCAG is charged in dividing that up amongst cities and the unincorporated county. And there are many, many factors in that. Part of why the numbers were much, much higher this round was overcrowding as a new factor and cost burden as a new factor. And the city of Santa Barbara has high cost burden and overcrowding. So that was part of the consideration. But looking back at previous RENA cycles, we have about the same percentages we have gotten the past several RENA cycles in terms of our slice of the pie for responsibility.
Even though it was doubled from 4,000 to 8,000?
Yes, and I believe countywide it went from 11,000 to 24,000. So proportionally, it's about the same as it has been in the past few cycles.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that what was included in making the determination, what our share would be. But it does include cost burdens. Okay,
It does.
thank you. And then I think I heard you say, Ms. Dicey, referred to ADUs as, or that HCD refers to what income level they are. Do they count ADUs as affordable housing?
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Lodge. So HCD views ADUs as affordable in several different ways. We do know that there's a number of ADUs that are provided as free housing for relatives or caregivers, and in those instances, they can be counted as essentially very low-income housing units. When we ask, we've done ADU surveys, we had to do one at the beginning of this cycle, and so we got a number of respondents that provide them as very low or free housing for their children or aging parents and that sort of thing. And so we also collected data from applicants or people who have built ADUs on what they're charging for rent, if they are renting them, and so we were able to put some ADUs into the more moderate income categories, and henceforth we developed a formula for how many would be considered very low, low, and moderate, and then above moderate. And so that's our assumptions going forward too, that those would essentially be about the same, but we're going to do more surveys as we go along and see if we're actually meeting that.
Okay, my recollection is that out of all the ADUs, a relatively small percentage are being rented. So do I remember
Yes.
correctly?
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Lodge, based on the initial survey, there were definitely a number that are not being rented at all. People use them as, extra space in their home. And so we'll keep monitoring that and see what we find out next time we do the surveys. And those ones don't count, essentially, to
All right.
that, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Next, we have Vice Chair Bauke, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A good number of my questions have been asked by other commissioners, which is one of the benefits of going later in the process. But I've got a couple of what I think are sort of house cleaning, keeping items on my list, and then some sort of understanding of this whole process. So I want to start off with a couple ones. First off, and you did respond, but I think the commission as a group still has a concern about our definition of workforce housing, that isn't quite on target or may not be clear, and there may be a desire to actually address this issue. So I just
Yeah.
want to know, I'll make it, it's sort of a comment, but not really a question. But as to, this is on the definition section on page X, you reference you basically paraphrase the terminology for specific plans that I would seriously recommend that you add the government code section. You've done this with a number of other definitions and other provisions throughout the document, and putting the government code section 65-450 through 65-457 would help, because the city's specific plan ordinance doesn't quite meet the government code, so I think it'd be appropriate to actually have the reference. On page 20, and there's a number of places in the document, you use the term lower income, but I don't see it ever defined in the entire document. I looked for it many times. It's in tables. I presume that is below 80% AMI. Is that correct?
Chair Bonderson and Vice Chair Bauke, when I use the term lower income, it was meant to combine very low and low as sort of meeting that lower income category. It's something that HCD uses in their guidance and such. It's probably a good idea to clarify that somewhere in the document, that that's what's meant when that,
Okay.
it was a way to combine those two terms and not repeat.
Okay. As long as it's defined somewhere, that's okay, but it
Yeah.
just never seemed to be defined. On page 25, at least in the track changes section, there is a error message that the reference isn't found in the document. I'm not sure why that's still there, but you will fix that, I presume?
Correct, and Chair Bonderson and Vice Chair Bauke, the track changes version sometimes has glitches because it's just a process of making those changes. The one that we're moving forward would be clean, not have those errors, hopefully.
Thank you. On page 53, there's a discussion regarding the 2013 zoning ordinance with the AUD program not being submitted to the Coastal Commission. And why has that not been submitted to the Coastal Commission at this point in time? I mean, that was that's 10 years ago. It seems odd that it hasn't made it there.
Chair Bonderson and Vice Chair Bauke, that's a complicated question, but as Commissioner Wisco knows very well, we spent 4 or 5 years on a coastal land use plan. And a follow-up to that is to submit your implementation plan. Our initial goal was to do the big massive cleanup to Title 30 that's been alluded to, and then submit that to the Coastal Commission as our implementation plan. I believe that's still what we want to do as a division. It's just going to take time to get all those cleanup items and everything, and the changes now to the AUD program. Then it goes to the Coastal Commission for certification. That will probably be another multi-year process because they are kind of like HCD as far as scrutinizing and coming back to you with modifications and that sort of thing.
Okay. I understand the challenges of the Coastal Commission. So basically, somewhere along the line, somebody wanted to package it up into a bigger process instead of bringing that one thing forward. And because of that, it sort of just fell off the truck. I'll use that term.
I also, if I could add, housing is not one of their priorities. It's not in the Coastal Act as a priority. So that also sort of, it may not be something they would prioritize for our city, too.
Yeah, and actually, thank you for that, because that was actually something I noted. There is a piece of state legislation, and I didn't note it in my notes, but I don't remember what it was. It was passed, as you referenced in the document, as it might be that it streamlines how permitting. It also includes the coastal zone now, so I just want to put that out there that I forgot to write into my notes, but.
Do you mean Senate Bill 35, the new legislation that now
Yes,
says it applies in the
yes.
coastal zone? Yeah,
So
that is a change.
maybe there's
Yeah.
some, benefits going forward with the Coastal Commission with your package as you go forward with the
Correct.
AUD, that they could, anyway, sort of a discretion there. On page 86, and this is something I didn't know, there's a reference to projects that have 100% of rental units that are dedicated to low-income housing. They have lower water meter fees because they're allowed to provide 1 meter per 6 units. And I was taken back that it's 1 per 6. Usually you would, in a project like that, you'd have a 1 master meter. What's the driver of having, this additional cost of 6 meters or 1 per 6? Does somebody have an answer to that? Is that
Chair
a
Baus-
city requirement, or where does that come from?
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner, or Vice Chair Bauke, I don't know the answer to that. It would be Water Resources staff would probably know, but, yeah.
A place you could save money on affordable housing by having 1 master meter for a project. So let's get into sort of the structural thing of what the housing element updates are to do. So you're required under state law to identify physical sites in which you can meet, hypothetically, we'll use that, on paper, the 8,000 housing units. And you've gone through a very, very detailed process here and did very good work, in my opinion, of showing where they are. And in this case, you don't have to do any rezonings in this case because we have enough sites in the inventory. Is that a a
That is
reasonable
correct.
assumption?
That's a good
Okay,
summary.
So we have enough sites.
Yes.
So then we get to sort of the process that you go through when you do this is whether you have realistic capacity. And you use, at least the document says you use the fifth RENA cycle success, we'll call it that, as the sort of the guidance for your realistic capacity. Is that a correct understanding? That was sort of how you approached it?
It is, and just briefly, we didn't assume maximum density on the parcels. We looked back at what was actually built through the life of AUD, and we used those average densities.
Okay. And then you, on page 109, you have a whole section on financial viability, which I think you don't, honestly, I have not seen that in a lot of other cities' housing elements. And I presume this is because it's a little more complicated here, because you're doing a lot of infill and other places have a lot of potential for greenfill or vacant properties. So you have to go through another level of analysis. Is that basically why we see a financial viability analysis being done? And could you spend a minute and talk to us about the metrics that you use? Because I think they're very good metrics, and how you got to those metrics and came to the use of those metrics to come to your conclusions.
Let's start. Chair Bonderson and Commissioner, or Vice Chair Balke, sorry. So as far as using, I think you're referring to the improvement to land value and improvement to square foot value. Mr. Gullip may know if that's something that all jurisdictions do. I know we did it in our housing element. We did have a consultant for a small part of this project, and they helped specifically with the inventory, and they advised use of those metrics. Then we have Mr. Nares isn't with us today, but he's the one, really the wizard behind the curtain for the inventory, and he did all the math, and he knows how to pull those values in. And we looked, as we mentioned before, at past successes and what those values were for projects that were redeveloped in order to find that. And then that was used as sort of a screening tool on top of everything else. You know, it had to have 10 or more units, no known significant environmental features on the parcel, no historic resources, and then have a relatively low improvement to land value or improvement to square foot value. That's all in that really big spreadsheet I alluded to. It doesn't necessarily, you don't see everything in what we could print in here. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, as far as you created these metrics and
Yeah.
they seemed to work and HCD agreed with your metrics.
Correct.
Okay, so.
Yeah,
so
they
that's all good.
appreciated that actually as one of the metrics we could use. Because it's difficult site by site to figure out other things. They'd like to know, like, what are the existing leases? We don't really have access to that information. So that's something unless we found it easily, that was something we couldn't figure out for each site.
Okay, so that leads me to sort of the next question. One of the things that came out of your analysis, which I can't track how you get to, which is the designations of affordability that go with these particular sites. I can't find anything that tells me that. There's numbers that show up, and that's it. So could you explain how you get to those? Because it surely doesn't, you can't be saying you're using the fifth cycle as an example, because you didn't even come close to those kind of percentages. You have a lot higher numbers and lots of different categories this time than you had before. And I can't make the nexus between how you did it last time and the sites and how you got there.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Vice Chair Balke. It's a good one. So we didn't have to do this for cycle 5, so we don't have that in our suitable sites table for cycle 5. And there's various guidance that HCD gives in determining what kind of affordability one can assume for any given parcel. So we have a formula we use for different size parcel, different number of units. We worked with our consultant and talked with HCD staff about that, and they were all okay with that. HCD recommends a buffer. So we have a 14% buffer because we know we're not going to get the percentages of affordability that are in this. They're just to show that it's possible to do so. We don't have regulations compelling developers to provide affordability at these levels in the suitable sites inventory. This exercise is showing realistic capacity for different kinds of affordability. So that was a big topic of conversation recently with HCD on our suitable sites inventory. They were saying that we need at least 16 units on a site to assume low income on that site. So we don't expect these numbers to be produced. It's an exercise in showing the capacity for it. And if I could segue into the La Cumbre question, because I think it's related. So La Cumbre, we assumed different levels of affordability because we didn't want to have all our eggs in that basket. Because once we exhaust capacity and all the affordability levels, we need to revisit that with HCD, and we wanted to build this where we have the capacity throughout this 8-year period. So with La Cumbre Plaza, those sites are very big, so we assume lower percentages of affordable housing. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah,
I know it's confusing.
You answered, it's basically you came with some assumptions that and you allocated these things based on assumptions of, and I noticed there was a reference to the TCAC resource category, which is basically, my understanding is, and you could probably clarify this, the Tax Credit Allocation Committee provides some data that you were using in this modeling process. I don't know this. I know what they do, but I don't know this particular thing. So could you explain how that fed into this?
I'll just answer Chair Bonderson and Vice Chair Bauke that I know it factored into the full analysis, and it's one of the things we have in our big spreadsheet of where the units fall in and are they a low, moderate, or high resource location. I think my recollection is HCD was more concerned that you're not putting all your housing in low resource areas and that you're spreading it out evenly throughout the city. So the way that factors in is just look at your numbers at a whole on a map, and are they somewhat evenly distributed instead of assuming all this new housing is going into lower resource areas. They want people to be able to move up, so you say, into the world and into neighborhoods that are better neighborhoods according to those categories. And it's sort of complicated. It's about schools and jobs and transportation and how many people are working and access to healthcare and all kinds of factors that go into that.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. So back to just a couple little minor things. And page 107, there is a introductory sentence that starts as, since the initiation of the sixth cycle, the city has been contracted by several developers. I think you meant contacted, not contracted. You aren't hiring them, I hope. Next, and I think you answered it, but I just wanted to clarify. Basically, the parking lots that the city has is sort of some low-hanging fruit that can be done and added to the inventory in future cycles, and that's pretty much, Dan described, we're not ready to have that conversation yet at this point, so at some point in time, that'd be something that would be considered in future cycles. Is that correct? Okay. And let's see if I skipped anything. I was jumping around here. On page 121, you have in your table, the workforce housing program noted, is that the California Statewide Community Development Authority workforce housing program? This is Table 50 on page 121 of the track changes version.
Let's see.
Table 50 at the bottom.
Oh, okay, yeah, Chair Bonderson and Vice Chair Bauke, that is the list of programs that potentially provide funding for housing. I have to say, this list was made a while ago, so I would have to clarify which program that is. So I don't know the answer right now.
Okay. If it is, you could probably put the acronym next to it or something. So
Yeah, yeah.
And excuse me a moment, I'm just trying to let people in when they have questions relating to what you're talking about. Commissioner Boss, would you like to jump in?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So while we're on Table 50, I didn't get a chance to compare this to the previous draft, but I know last time we recommended looking at, the City Housing Authority actually did a presentation for the Finance Committee maybe a year ago about actual funding programs. So not all of these are relevant for our city. So just, when you came before us in June, I made the comment that it would be beneficial for us to list what's actually applicable in our city. We're listing some programs that we couldn't apply for as a community, as a city, or even as a region. So I wanted to make sure that we weren't giving people the assumption that we could get funding from all these programs when we can't.
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Boss, that's a really great point, and I remember talking about that. I have to say it slipped through the cracks a little bit, so that could be something we could correct, if you want to make that in your recommendation.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, and Commissioner Boss, please add that to your to-do list when we get to deliberations. It's important. And back to you, Vice Chair Bauke.
This is my last question, and it's sort of a big picture thing. On page 116, you go into this whole conversation of quantified objectives. And my concern is it basically says, we're not going to meet our 8,000. I know you're not mandated to say we can get to the 8,000, but it's sort of like, say, telling your teacher, well, I'm only going to sort of halfway write your paper, and that's what you're going to get. And I'm concerned that we're not showing that we're going to meet the 8,000 and in those categories. And I don't know how you rectify it. I know you're not required. I do know that Goleta's quantified objectives, they actually show that they actually believe that they will meet it. And some other cities have sort of the same answer you have, and so it's all over the map. So I think the council in this commission probably are going to have to wrestle with explaining to the public how this effort isn't going to meet our RHNA numbers, and we're just falling farther behind. So do you have an answer why we're not going to meet our numbers here, or you just don't think that the development community is going to be able to get there? Or is that, I was trying to understand why you're showing you're not meeting them and Goleta said they could.
Sure.
As an example. I don't know where the county's at.
Yeah, Vice Chair Bauke, I can't speak for Goleta. I did see that they're showing their quantified objectives as their RHNA. To meet 8,001, we have to quadruple our production. We have all these programs set out, and they will come online over time. We're not going to magically quadruple our production in January. But these quantified objectives have a 50% increase in production. So we would essentially meet what the goals were with Cycle 5. HCD didn't push back on this at all. It's more in line with reality. And part of the reason is we're looking at environmental. So we've got this EIR that your commission will see early next year. And the project includes assuming the quantified objectives numbers. And we also have alternatives that have us meeting our RHNA. So we're looking at that as well, and we can operate within that range of production. The main reason why this isn't at RENA levels is for environmental review purposes.
Okay.
And before we
ahead.
continue, I would like to let Mr. Doimus join the conversation.
Thank you very briefly. Thank you, Chair Bonderson. I just wanted to be able to answer Vice Chair Balke's question on the meters. There's actually municipal code provision, section 1408-150, that calls for 6 or less meters if it's 100% affordable to have 1 meter at that residence.
Okay,
And
so-
so, and there has to be a covenant attesting filed recorder's office that's 100% affordable. So that's your answer for that.
Okay, so, good answer. You just have to, okay. Thank you for that. So the only other last question I have is, are we as a city, since we're pretty much looking at probably not making our number in the next cycle, or at least based on, unless the council comes up with lots of money and we come up with programs that really accelerate things, knowing what goes on in Sacramento, are we going to be subject to some kind of sanctions and our land use authority be taken away? Or where's that? Because they surely are headed that direction. And as a planning commission, I think we wouldn't want to lose our local discretion.
Yes. Chair Bonderson, Vice Chair Balke, there's general acknowledgement that we don't have control over production. We do with public monies, but the economy changes, things change. So where we are vulnerable is not having a certified housing element. So at this point, there's builder's remedy, there's loss of funding, and we miss out on grant opportunities as well. So it's important to get this through. There are, like SB 35, the objective design standards that go along with that. It's linked to housing production. So that is something that the state is limiting our discretion over some projects because of that. But I expect more creative legislation coming forward to encourage cities and counties to produce to meet their RENA better too.
And Mr. Vice Chair, give me a moment to interrupt. Following up on that question, Mr. Gullett, how heavy-handed does the HCD come down on the things that we do actually have control on, like loosening or making more convenient some of the things that we tend to hold very strongly in our community with restrictions and so on? How much do they get involved and say, you need to lighten up on something to get closer to the numbers that are required?
Chair Bonderson, part of our housing element is looking at governmental constraints. So we did do a thorough analysis and have had several discussions with our HCD reps. So they are looking very closely at how we operate and affecting our policies and implementations to change things and make sure things are in line with state legislation.
But in kind of in following up with Vice Chair Balke and talking about fines or whatnot, is there any type of action that they possibly could demand as a penalty to force our hand to lighten up some of the restrictions that we have as a city? Is it because it's unique to us? It's important to us as a city to have certain extra details in our plan that others may not have because they're different types of cities than us. How much do they, as HCD, mandate upon us to lighten some of those uniqueness details? To meet, you understand my question, right? To meet the goals and use it as possibly a penalty.
I'll go ahead and start, and if Mr. Gullett wants to jump in, Chair Bonderson. So again, he mentioned we have this whole analysis in the government constraints section, and so we looked at height limits and our densities and our local ordinances and design review and gave them the findings and all those things. And we did not get pushback on our conclusion. There are a few things we said, yes, we will deal with this in this program and that program. I will interject. The only thing I've seen recently is HCD took a look at how long it takes certain cities, well, throughout the state, to approve housing projects. And San Francisco was the only city that they really targeted as taking an extraordinary long time to approve projects, and they are taking some action and dealing with San Francisco and having them do a bunch of programs very quickly. That's the only instance I've seen. I think it rose to the top, and they take way longer than we do to approve projects. So if it got to, I think that's what HCD is really focused on right now, is how long does it take a project to get through the process? And although it may seem long to some people in our jurisdiction, we're really not all that long compared to others, so. Yeah.
Thank you. And I'm going to welcome Commissioner Wardlow into the conversation. I know, it's the same question.
Okay.
I didn't forget about you. I couldn't forget about you. Would you like to jump in on this topic?
I will be super brief. Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair Bauke. And I may have missed this, so I just want to be crystal clear. So was there any ramification or, fee or impact that the state levied against us when we failed our last RHNA cycle in terms of only reaching where we have 98.5% still to create for the moderate housing, 84% still to create for the low housing, and 87.5% for the very low, whereas we only have 2.5% remaining for the above moderate. So was there any impact or ramification from the state, given that we were below, significantly below the required amount on moderate, low, and very low, which I would assume is why we are really feeling this in our community right now?
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Wardlow, no, there's been no ramification of that from HCD.
Wow. Okay. So really, it's the community that can hold folks accountable for us to make a difference on these issues. If the state doesn't take any action on our inability to make a difference.
To date, they have not. I don't know if they will in the future, but for now, they have not.
I'm quite surprised by that. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you for your question, Commissioner Wardlow, and I'm going to welcome Vice Chair Bauke back.
I have just two.
Take your time.
Two more.
You've got your questions to ask.
On page, this is of the document, page 102 has table 43, and you have a column called affordable units, but you have details in some of these, in some of those as to the level of affordability. If it isn't described, are we to assume that it's at above moderate, or if that's the case, we should probably note that?
Yes, Vice Chair Bauke, you're correct. If there's no affordable unit listed there, then they are all above moderate. And that could be clarified in this table if
Yeah,
if you would like that.
and table 44 has the same.
I think it's the same thing, yeah.
Same thing, so just, and when we were talking about the Senate bill that applies to the coastal zone that was adopted, it's SB 423 that was adopted and signed by the governor. So, and you have a note in there that was pending, or if signed, you can make that correction. So that's it. Thank you.
Does that conclude your questions? Very good. And I know that we had a few people who wanted to have a turn, but I wanted to just double check. I haven't had my turn yet. Can I go first and then have you ask your questions? It's okay? Or do you want to jump in now? That's okay? All right. All right, so here we go. I'd like to have my turn, but if you want to go first, I'll let you. What would you like? Oh, my apologies. Honestly, I thought it was just a quick question. Please, Commissioner Wiscombe, it's your turn, certainly.
Thank you. I really just have a couple quick questions. Ms. Dicey, can you put up slide 36, the themes, when you have a chance? I'll just get back to that. And my questions are really, most of my questions have been answered. They're really specific questions. So on page, on page 134, yeah, I'm just going to motor on while that slide's coming up. On page 134 of 591, talks about the city's CDBG allocation has dropped by 26%, and the home allocation by 33%. Is this a statewide trend, or is this something specific to the city?
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Wiscom, I actually don't know the answer to that one.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to throw you off on that. I was just curious. It seems pretty significant, so, okay. And then, on page 197, and these really are kind of in the weeds questions, but there's discussion about Tier 4 stormwater projects. And the document states that to date, no Tier 4 projects have received building permits. Is this because Tier 4 is so restrictive? Do you think that might be part of the reason why, or is it, and again, this is, I can see the puzzling looks.
I think you stumped them.
I'm not trying to stump them.
While they're talking, I'll just mention, I did talk to, the Creeks Division and got that information, but they may have more to add.
I just think it's pretty important to know if we as a planning commission, quite a few years ago, I think, put in the Tier 4 stormwater requirements. And if this is restricting housing development, I think this is important that we know this. So if you don't have the answer, maybe we could research that a little bit in terms of, I guess Mr. Golod has something to say.
Chair Bonderson, this would be a factor we'd look at with an inclusionary ordinance. We'd look at all costs to a developer to see.
Okay. So this would be part of the package of inclusionary, percentage, in lieu fee, and Tier 4 stormwater.
Well,
With a nice little bow tied around it, right?
the study would have to look at what's financially feasible, and one of the bigger costs could be stormwater.
Right, okay. Thank you so much for that. And then I wanted you to put this slide up on themes. This is a really great slide to kind of show the public and show everyone what we're doing, what this document. Can we add this slide to the housing element, or are we going to create angst? I was thinking in the executive summary section.
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Wiscom, I know these themes were discussed internally, and I would actually ask our director if he would want to add these as sort of codified in the housing element, but certainly maybe it could be in the executive summary as a option.
Mr. Isaacson is nodding yes, I think. I just think it would be good in the executive summary. It's a really nice slide. I didn't have a chance to look at it for very long because Ms. Dicey put it up and then took it away. But
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Wiscom, I think it's something we should definitely look at.
Okay.
It's, as we spoke earlier, it's a nice way of understanding how sort of across the entire sort of suite of policies and programs, how they relate to one another. And I think this is a nice way to kind of understand them in their sort of context, if you will. So we will certainly take a look at that.
That would be great. Yeah, it just kind of ties a nice little bow, I think, in the executive summary around there. And that's really all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, and I just have to admit, I didn't realize, Commissioner Wiscom, you hadn't had a turn, because I'm used to you going first. So here we are. I would like to ask staff, if you don't mind leaving this up kind of down in one of my questions, this will be useful, but not immediately. And I'm going to start with a question, actually, for Mr. Isaacson. I want to say that I had a very productive and very useful conversation with you. And I was curious to know if there was any opportunity to put together the kind of a graphic, a table, a chart, a line with the prerequisites of projects that or programs that depend on something, to precede it, or how it depends on what comes next, and that's why things have been pushed around. Time-wise, things have pushed back because something else has to happen first. Did you have an opportunity to create that, or can it be created maybe in time for city council?
Chair Bonderson, we can certainly take a look at it. Thank you. I also enjoyed our conversation as well. I thought it was really helpful. It's a great suggestion. I think as Ms. Deisty and Mr. Gullett mentioned earlier, there's more consideration than simply sort of this interdependency as in terms of a prerequisite. I think I may have mentioned earlier, it's really sort of a balancing of four large considerations. One is sort of what HCD is asking us to do and prioritize. Also, our staff capacity to take things on, things that are already in process, as well as sort of the community and the commission, the council's priorities, right? And so I think that's why we've seen certain things moving forward, hotels and other things like that, is to really address where the interest is from our council and our commission. So it's not simply a sort of we need to do step A before we do step B. There is an element of that in sort of what we've proposed. And to the extent that we can sort of communicate that graphically, we can certainly do so. But there's more to it than that, and I want to make sure we don't lose that in this discussion as well.
And that's okay. I'm not necessarily trying to put extra work and create extra work on the team, but I just wanted to say, having that conversation with you helped me, on a personal level, understand the timeline that was proposed here, because I had a number of questions that are no longer questions. But that conversation helped, because it made me understand the how things needed to go in order for, and there's so many factors, but why? I think that would be very useful, even if it's just a verbal conversation, not a graphic, to make sure that it's expressed at council. Thank you. The next question I have is a question that I received in the past several weeks with regard to this housing element coming before us. And the question I hope we can answer, it just for anyone who's interested, because it seems like this is a very important topic to our community, is why, as a city, did we not agendize the housing element to potentially have maybe a series of public hearings, or at least two, so that we feel like it's not just a one and done? And the reference comes from what Goleta PC, Planning Commission in Goleta, held a series of public hearings. And I was just curious to know if we, as a city, considered doing this a different way so we didn't feel so rushed.
Chair Bonderson and Commission, we did have those series of hearings in 2022, so I'm not sure perhaps what was different about what Goleta did. I do know Goleta is doing rezones, and so they had to have a quick series of hearings. I think maybe they're still in the process of going through that because of their need to do rezones. But we did have 5 hearings in 2022. So I'm not quite sure what else we could have done.
No, it's okay. I don't mean it in that way. So let me try to rephrase my question. Forgive me. Let me approach it in a different way. Was there a very hard, specific reason why we did not have you come to us earlier than today? Maybe 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, a month ago? Was there any reason that we couldn't have had this conversation with this draft a little bit earlier to allow for time if we requested changes or if we wanted to continue, so that we didn't feel like we have to hurry to council and there's not flexibility in the process for the team?
I'll start, and if Mr. Gullett wants to come in, but Chair Bonderson, so as far as timing goes, we were working really hard on this all summer, and we probably concluded our last meeting with Mr. McDougall at HCD a day or two before we wanted to get the public draft out. And then there's a 7-day review period, and then we mailed it or got it to him on October 31st. So when you look at the timing of getting everything completed, posted, through the process and then trying to meet that city council date. And that city council date, I believe, is tied to that affordable housing funding source. There was just not time for other hearings. We felt like, I know things changed between now and June, but a lot of these comments and questions perhaps could have been addressed at that hearing. But it's been working very hard all summer on this, and it was just to the last minute that we got it done.
Thank you, and I'm going to make this is a comment, I'm just going to slip it in here. This is not a reprimand. I'm not, scolding you. I recognize how much time and effort that goes into this. I also recognize that City Council is only going to be meeting like one time in December, and if they had more hearings, I think they've canceled a few. If they had more hearings, it would allow everyone a little bit more space to breathe. But I hope that in the future, hopefully someone in the future will remember this comment, for you all to have the ability to not feel so much pressure, and for us as a commission not to feel so much pressure, it would be very welcomed to allow a little bit more space between this hearing and when we go to council. I know it'll help you so much. So my next question is, have you, as staff, contacted any other jurisdiction to learn best practices that they may have been applying for planning resource allocations, entitlement process improvements to accelerate the housing element compliance?
I'll start at least. Chair Bonderson, we did a pretty deep dive at looking at what other jurisdictions are doing in their housing element. It was imperative that we do so just because Cycle 6 was brand new. HCD has a lot more staff. There's a lot more eyes and scrutiny on these. So we have learned best practices and what others are doing in detail. And not a lot are implementing Cycle 6 housing elements yet, but housing will be in the forefront for our planning division for many, many, many years to come, and it's going to be changing too.
Thank you. I asked this question and I directed it at Ms. DeBusk last week during the AUD conversation, but I think it fits here because obviously that conversation about multi-use housing is hand in hand with the housing element. But do we currently have, or do we have a plan for in this work effort for the creation of a comprehensive list of obstacles that would help staff be able to communicate to council so they can understand the full range of challenges that applicants face when bringing housing projects through the development process, from the initial submittal to case closure, final inspection, case conclusion?
I'll start and see if anyone else wants to jump in. Chair Bonderson, we did specifically call out the program. I don't remember the number, but there's an accessory dwelling unit program where we talked about looking to see what obstacles applicants have for that process, and then making course corrections. As part of the governmental constraint, that kind of looks at the obstacles, and we also have already a whole list of recommendations from the Novak report, which kind of gives us as well some of the other obstacles we've already heard about. Of course, we're open to hearing as we move along anything else from the development community that they find is a constraint to housing. We didn't, like I said, we did that analysis and didn't identify anything glaring, but there may be other things that come up as we move along.
Thank you for that feedback. I think it's really important for us to hear that because I would have been surprised if you said no. But at the same time, the Novak report was pre-COVID. It's so many changes since then. Construction fees have skyrocketed during the pandemic. There's things that would be considered perhaps new obstacles that we didn't consider in the past. And I think that I can come back to this during deliberations, but I think that considering these types of this type of information for success should be part of each one of the programs since it's all housing related. And I think what Commissioner Wiscombe spoke about, the stormwater tier 4, great example of an obstacle. It may be an obstacle, it may not. We just may not have applied it yet. But if it is something that's slowing down opportunity, I think we need to revisit immediately. Maybe that becomes a priority, something we could tweak easily. I don't know. But I'll revisit this and see if my colleagues would consider it as a recommendation. The next question, and it's a question, I'm kind of throwing in comments here, maybe it'll speed up my deliberation later. But in your memo, Ms. Deisty, very first paragraph, I found this paragraph to almost be the most important bit of language in the entire stack of pages that we received. And it says, and I'll read it, city staff identified that the workload was not feasible for staff resources available in the identified timelines. And then jumping ahead, these amended timelines present a more balanced workload to allow for projected project timelines to be realistically met. And I'm also going to actually jump one more time to Chapter 5, Housing Plan at the bottom of our page. And it, again, discusses in the final sentence, available staff resources. You know that I've highlighted this in my own deliberations in the past, but I think it's really important for us to hear this coming straight from staff and really understand that a big part of why we as a planning commission, we as the city of Santa Barbara's public may not understand why things don't go faster. And I think it's really important for us to take a moment to consider that this is a huge, huge piece of the puzzle that needs to be addressed. And this is going to become now a question. How have you considered spending a little bit of time on this topic when you present to City Council? Let's look at the boss, to call the boss up here. Welcome, Mr. Isaacson.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. So, yes, I think is the short answer to your question. As recently as, I believe, I want to say May of this year, myself and my fellow managers in community development were in front of council discussing our FY24 budget. Actually, I think it was a 2-year budget plan, so it included FY25 as well. Excuse me. And the question of staffing and resources did come up. That conversation, when it's part of the budget, is had in the context of all of our departments. As you may know, we're operating in an environment of reductions at this point. And so when it comes time to discuss issues around staffing, it becomes a challenging one. We're a city that's kind of under-resourced in many areas, and we don't have, sort of revenues and other things that support expansion of a lot of our operations right now. That being said, I think we are very aware that in adopting this housing element, we are signing on to a heavy workload in our long-range planning teams, but also in other areas of our planning division as well. I think it's also important to realize that part of this housing question is actually processing applications. We do get a large number of applications for housing projects, and so many of our staff are busy working processing those so that we can approve them and get actual housing built. So that's a heavy load as well. So we're balancing this sort of that work with our policy work to encourage more housing production. And so, it takes a lot. And so we may need additional resources to accomplish these things on the timelines that we are proposing today. And those are conversations I will continue to have with the administrator's office and others when it comes to resource allocation.
Thank you, Mr. Isaacson. I hope you realize that I'm a huge advocate of this topic, and for you and your team, your staff, to be able to fill those vacancies, to help distribute the load, to take some pressure off so that they don't give up and quit. You have very talented staff. They're juggling many, many balls in the air. And by the way, I want to say I recognize that the same planners who are processing projects are also working on policy, and there needs to be some relief for them. So I sincerely hope that you will prioritize this item of allocating resources to your department and to your staff in order to help alleviate the pressure and streamline the process. I think I'll continue to recommend it, but I think council really needs to spend time addressing this issue and making sure that your vacancies are full and that recruitment happens a lot sooner, so there's no gaps. If you can keep staff on board to train the new staff, that would be the greatest gift you could possibly imagine to your team, so that you don't have these interim double task jobs going on and burdening your staff. Thank you. I wish you luck on this. Don't give up. Don't be shy. We need you to fight for your staff. My next question, and I'm going to go down a few questions that I had not had a chance to jump in on, or if I didn't hear it brought up. So, language that I saw throughout the staff report, but I'll address a couple really quick ones. The term under, just in your memo alone, and then we can actually go visit it if we want to in the staff report, but HE5, it's on page 2 of your memo, so I'm keeping this really short, easy to find. It's the underlined edit says, process improvements may be implemented in 2 phases. I'm really concerned about the may be. It seems a little bit kind of, well, it could passive, it could happen, maybe not. I feel like our document should be a lot more, we should be stronger in our language, demonstrating action, demonstrating commitment, and remove language that can lend itself to moving the goalposts. I know that we keep that type of language, and maybe the city attorney reminds us from time to time that we want that loose language to protect us. But at the same time, I think we need to build trust within the community and a little bit of enforcement on what we are trying to accomplish in our language, so that I'm hoping when the time is right, maybe it's not now, between now and council time, but this language needs to be strengthened. And that same sentence may be implemented into 2 phases, starting with single-unit residential, followed by multi-unit residential developments, leads to my question. I'm interested to know why you've put it in this order and why you're suggesting starting with single-unit residential instead of the multi-unit residential, which could develop more housing more quickly.
Chair Bonderson? Oh, looks like Mr. Isaacson wants to.
Mr. Isaacson's
Answer
the
this
new Tava Ostringer. Whenever he comes up, we know we're in trouble. Welcome
No,
back.
not at all. I just, to add some background to the question. So the may be, that first question that came up, I believe that language is there because just the breadth of those process improvements, just the size, the how they permeate through our code. It's just a function of being able to sort of digest those process improvements. So it's not about will we or won't we, it's more about how do we present it in a way that can be understandable and continue to move forward through the legislative process. So that's where it's not meant to be non-committal, it's just more of, this is like we could change the word from maybe to likely, and the reason why I say likely is we are talking internally. The Title 30 amendments, as they stand now, are about 800 pages of code amendments, right? That's a really difficult conversation to have at the council level, going through 800 pages of code. So alternatively, we can sort of break it into smaller bites, and that's where that's coming from. Now to your second question about why has single family been prioritized over multifamily, that's simply because we are already doing the single family process improvement work. It's underway, and it started with our SFDB. Some of the improvements we're making there around appeals, around board composition, we addressed challenges we were having in terms of getting quorum to meetings by changing the composition and the number of our board. So that work is well underway. We presented at LDTO very recently about revisiting the SFDB, Single Family Design Board, review triggers in an effort to make more of that work ministerial and administrative, sending fewer projects to our board. Again, issues around meeting length, getting projects on an agenda in a timely manner, having quorum. So the single-family work is well underway. We're making great progress there. And so the multifamily work is sort of, if we were even to start it today, it would be happening sort of after the single-family work, because the single-family work is going as we speak.
This is a perfect example, by the way, of why I think some of this information could have been provided, because we can't know all this detail, and yet it would have removed my dismay, my curiosity, my confusion, whatever that emotion is that's attached, because I wouldn't have known that we're partially through something. But if I knew that, well, this certainly makes sense. And so I apologize for taking the time, but this goes hand in hand with that chart that I was suggesting that explains to the decision maker, or even to the public, why we're handling things a certain way, because your answer satisfies me. And if I understood correctly, just give me a thumbs up if I caught what you were trying to say. The may be has to do with the fact that in some cases it may not be, because it may not be connected to some part of the many pieces of the puzzle. Is that more of an understanding, or is it?
I would take a slightly different
Okay.
approach in that it may be in more than one phase because it's too much to do
All at once.
all at once.
Okay.
So that's the maybe. It's not
Okay.
that we may do it or we may not do it. We fully intend to do it, but how we go about sort of eating that elephant, we might, it may take sort of multiple bites.
I've never eaten an elephant, but thank you for the, but, again, this satisfies my issue with the topic. So thank you very much for taking the time. And I'm going to go on to the next item. You may do the same. But I was curious when looking at the HE6, facilitate production of ADUs. I was curious to know and I don't know if you'll know the answer, but maybe you do, of the 56 new Senate bills signed in by Senator Newsom recently, how many of them are for ADUs? That, obviously, those would have to go into effect on January 1st of the new year. Like, how much urgency do we have to,
I don't think there's, yeah.
is
Chair
there at
Bon-
least one?
Chair Bonderson, as far as I understand, there were some new nuances and laws passed for ADUs. I think the only one that has a hard deadline is the pre-approved plans.
Oh, I thought it was
already
coming up.
mentioned.
I'm like, we're busted again.
Yeah, so every year in the past couple of years, they've passed enough changes that we actually had to do ordinance amendments. My understanding
yeah.
is this round, we don't have to do ordinance amendments except for coming up with the pre-approved plans.
That actually leads to my thought, because I was saying most of ADUs tend to be administrative approval. And so why is HE6 on the list?
Oh, okay, I can explain that. It's the portion of the pre-approved plans that we do need to implement because of state law. It got moved up to accommodate that.
Excellent, thank you. And then, any chance you know how many of the bills that were just recently passed that go into effect January 1st, how many of, or are you, as staff, are you currently evaluating which ones require immediate attention and amendment work? Does that get prioritized? Oh, man.
Getting my steps in today. Thank you, Chair Bonderson. So typically, how we handle that as a city is our city attorney's office provides us with a rundown of the new legislation and provides us some guidance on how to prioritize what needs to be implemented and when. I don't believe that we anticipate bringing forward, as you may remember from previous years, the need to bring forward urgency ordinances this time of year as we're scrambling to get something to buy us some time after the first of the year to get things implemented and on the books and in effect. We don't anticipate doing that this year. So that's one way of answering your question.
Yeah.
Have we done a detailed analysis of all, I believe it was 52 or something in that
56
magnitude?
is a lot of work.
Bills that came out of Sacramento in October. We haven't done that, but that analysis is underway.
That answers my question, because I just want to know if there was anything urgent that we were looking at and how that gets prioritized. And I must be doubly in trouble because now Mr. Doimus would like to jump in.
Not in trouble, Chair. So I just wanted to add some more information. So yes,
Thank you.
there isn't anything urgent. The League of Cities is doing a presentation, the Attorney Division of the League of Cities on November 27th. So we're going to be looking at a rundown of the bills. And if there is anything urgent, we don't see it, at least our first look at it. Obviously, we would notify community development and planning.
Okay, so
and-
that homework is on the city attorney's office?
Yeah, well,
advise?
at least the webinar reviewing the bills and going over the major bills, that's coming up for us in 2 weeks. So we don't see anything in terms of, as Mr. Isaacson said, in terms of urgency ordinances or the like, so.
Thank you. That actually helps too, so it's not on your staff at the city. Okay, my next question, moving forward, is with HE 20 and evaluating hotel zones. I know that we've had a number of commissioners talk about it today, but I'm not completely sure this is the time and place, but I have a question because I don't know where else to ask this question. But I want to say I'm very happy that this has become a priority. I think it needs to be addressed immediately after the year we just had, and to support zones that can manage more housing and making it a priority. I'm curious to know, I'm not sure you have the answer, but I'm curious to know, is the HCR2 zone on this priority list? And has there been any consideration of allowing it to be residential again instead of hotel? Do we know that kind of question now? Do we know that kind of information?
Chair Bonderson, so that the zone you just referred to is in the coastal zone, and the Coastal Commission prioritizes
There it is.
visitor accommodation over housing, yeah.
Thank you. And I'm so sorry to hear that because it's such an easy opportunity to return it to what it used to be, which was housing. Okay, moving on. I should have tacked this question on earlier when the entire dais was discussing funding. But I have a question on, is there a specific reason why you've included a specific financial amount in the document? Was it required by HCD to have a document at the time of adoption? You know, we were talking about, I think Commissioner Wardlow asked about the number, and then Mr. Isaacson said it was actually much higher than that. 675 is in the, thank you. Do you know what we're talking about? The
I
675?
do
Okay.
now, yeah, Chair Bonderson.
And why don't I tell you why I'm asking, so you can address it directly? My curiosity is, if it's not required to be in there, is there a way to have it linked so that the number that somebody is reading and can access is always accurate at the moment? Because otherwise, the number's going to be out of date in a couple weeks.
Chair Bonderson, it's not required to be in there. That's just something we added just to provide that information. I don't know if we have a way to link it. I'm not sure what we would link it to.
Call this number.
So one option is take it out, or another one, yeah, I'm not sure about the linking.
I don't know how my colleagues feel about this, but I think you may want to consider taking it out because it only raised red flags.
Right.
Instead of
Yeah.
supporting the effort, and the number's no longer accurate, unless you want to put it in with the date.
That's another option. Yeah.
And a note
Yeah.
saying this number may have increased
Yeah.
at the time of viewing, you know.
Correct,
This is
yeah.
going to be in place for 10 years. You don't want it to be very low and really disturb people.
Right.
Just a consideration you might want to look at before going to council.
Okay, thank you.
Please. Okay. Okay. Vocabulary has been brought up a lot today, and I wanted to perhaps address this question directly to Mr. Doimus. Sound community planning comes up a lot. Our public speaker, brought it in today. It's currently used on an appeal of one of the projects that recently came to Planning Commission for 710 State Street. I have heard time and time again that we keep it loose, specifically to allow discretion, but at the same time, in the same breath, it can be used against us and potentially be a liability for us. What is the commitment to keeping it loose? And is there an opportunity to, or should it be considered to tighten it up, considering all the attention around it recently, to allow us more discretion to use it?
Sure, Chair Bronson, and I think I've maybe even in the past talked about that same issue from the
Yeah.
commission. It's just, it's a guiding principle, right? And that's how I would define it, right? And it's a guiding principle, a standard that the commission can follow. And that's kind of why that advice has been given, not to basically handcuff the commission or constrain them, right? So if you're using it as a guiding principle, and then you interpret it by a case-by-case situation, right? That's why we've advised keeping it loose. The more tighter you get, the less discretion there is, right? Just with anything else like that. So that's the purpose behind it. So if you were defining it more stringently, you take away less and less discretion. So that's a balance you have to decide. And so I think we've kept it that way and provided that guidance is because the commission has learned experts in this area in terms of their careers and their experience, rely upon that viewpoint, rely upon that guidance. And it's transparent enough, and it's transparent enough for the applicants and the public to understand at least what that principle is, without varying off way too much. So that's why we at least have interpreted to be appropriate and, have relied upon the commission to appropriately incorporate it in their decisions. And so hence that's why we've always kind of stay true to that ideal.
Are you, as a city attorney, as a lawyer,
Sure.
are you at all concerned that it can be used against us and it doesn't allow us the opportunity to use it more stringently to make our findings and make our decisions, and then it gets used against us in return?
Sure. I mean, Chair Bonderson and Commission, that argument could always be made. There's always two sides to a coin. I think the key is you have the principle there, and the key is where really the focus comes on is not so much that definition, but the findings you make. And if they're sound findings on decisions, I think it's okay. Usually a statutory interpretation where it's really important is you see criminal statutes, there's case law on that where you don't want it to be too vague, where someone gets in trouble. That's not the case here, where it can be used against you. I think the definition is defined enough to understand the principles behind sound community planning, and now you're looking to apply it on a case-by-case basis. And so I don't think you can get too tripped up. It's always something, if there's wants to be fine-tuning, that's fine to do that, but at least in practice and how it's defined, I don't see an issue with it.
And my final question on this is if anybody, not just us, but anybody, would like to further discuss the opportunity to update that definition, ultimately to allow decision makers to use it more clearly, and therefore protect the city against having it used against us in return, who would be the ultimate decision maker on that? Would it be council to change a definition? Would it be us giving direction to staff? And in what type of forum would that be a discussion?
Unless staff has anything else to interject on.
I don't know who has the
I know, I would believe it would be an item for, obviously, an agendized item to go over something that important, where it'd be here in terms of recommendation and ultimately for council's approval. That would just be generally, unless Allison has something different to
I'm
that.
so excited to see Mr. Busk come forward. Hooray. What do
Chair
you have to
Bonderson,
add?
I was just going to add that we don't have a formal definition of what sound community planning is. We have guidance that helps inform you as to how to apply it. And I wouldn't say that it can be used against you. I think it allows for debate and discussion. And yes, someone could appeal because they disagree with how you interpreted it.
Sure.
But ultimately, that is the purpose of having discretionary decisions. It's allowing all 7 of you to weigh in and provide your opinion, so.
If I may hold on to you for a second, you've been in all these hearings, so you know that this conversation's come up quite a bit just in the last 12 months. I guess my ultimate concern and my goal with this question is to understand if the council, excuse me, if the Planning Commission would like to consider developing that definition, what would the process be?
Chair Bonderson, I think we have, I don't know if it was a memo or a staff report, but I think it was maybe a council agenda report where it gave some explanation of what it is, but it's not a definition per se, so you're not 100% tied to it. I think as soon as we start defining it, circumstances change, and
Sure.
what was important to us has slipped and something else is the top priority. So this gives you that flexibility.
Thank you.
Going to Mr., having a time to kind of contemplate it further, going to Mr. Busk's point, here's the perfect analogy. In hearings in court, you see, let's use an employment law context sometimes, you go by the reasonable person standard, right? There is no statute that talks about the reasonable person standard. It's a guiding principle, right? What's the average person would do in such a situation? Why I think it's a good analogy is because that same thing applies to this case, right? You don't really define it. You don't want to make it codified or a statute. You want to guide you, like you would guide a jury or a judge if you're guiding in the reasonable person standard. And so that's the premise behind it, to give some guidance, but again, it can morph on case by case, but that's the overall thinking you're thinking of as a jury, like a jury would be thinking what the reasonable person standard would be. So that's kind of how it is. And so no one can use the reasonable person standard against it, right, decision, in that sense of how it's defined. How a decision can be used against the planning commission is, well, a court could look at, we disagree with these findings or something, or that way, right? But the great deference is given to the commission. So that's why you don't want to codify it, just like you wouldn't want to codify the reasonable person standard. I think Mr. Busko's in terms of, like I said too, that it's a guiding principle, right? Just like that. And so to really get into the specifics kind of takes away this commission's power and purview and,
Sure.
and their expertise, so.
I appreciate the time spent on this, and I think that, if I may, just suggest that in the future, city attorney's office, you or Ms. Ostringer might want to consider a training for us on that, so that we understand our discretion and our ability to interpret and where the limits are. But I really appreciate that. I'm going to just stop right where I'm at, looking at the clock. I want to just come back around one more time to Commissioner Boss, who's been waiting very patiently, and then I'd like to close the question period and start trying to get us to the finish line. Commissioner Boss, please take.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a few clarifying questions. One around, I think, just some minor modifications to the current draft. I'd sent in some more specific edits, kind of page by page. An example of that was Table 50, and there are some others. So is it helpful for me to read that aloud, or you have a copy of those edits? So examples are, you've cited the point in time count from 2020. We have 2023 now. And so it changes the narrative. So I just want to make sure. That's one example, but there are probably 20 of those examples. You have them, but I just don't know if you need me to say it aloud here.
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Boss, at this point, we're agendized for City Council on the 12th of December, so those should be part of your recommendation to Council to make those changes, just because for HCD's review, we've done our 7-day public review, and breaking news, at 4:28, we got an email from Paul McDougall stating that the revised draft element meets the statutory requirement. So
Like 3 minutes ago?
that's really good.
Congratulations.
We just had to sit here long enough to get.
We did, and he did have to until the end of December, so he did prioritize this, and we've been working very closely and well with him.
Well, thank you, Mr. McDougall.
That's great. I have a few more
ahead.
questions, I'm sorry. I'm still trying to understand the timeline for the multi-unit housing. Can you walk me through it one more time? Heard some changes are, we know we recommended some changes last week. We know that some are going to council, but then we also heard in the next several years. So I want to make sure I'm understanding when certain things are happening.
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Boss, those multi-unit housing standards, as you'll see with the revised timeline, are pushed out a little bit further, but they do start for, I believe, first quarter of next year, right? We have to look at the in lieu fee, the inclusionary requirements. When we look at a city density bonus program, right, that would apply to the multi-unit housing program. So there's a lot to it, and there's a lot of moving pieces, and so it's going to be an intensive work effort. We've heard, various comments. Sometimes they're at odds with each other, right? So we need to come to some path that we think is appropriate, that incorporates all of these feedback and recommendations. But it is something that we're going to be chipping away at throughout the process. So it's not as though it's on the back burner until then. We will be, keeping it front of mind. That's why we did the AUD 10-year progress report, is to collect the data so that we can really start, working on those things. But I don't want to promise that they will be done by June next year, because they won't.
So making sure I understand, so they'll come in kind of piecemeal, so one piece at a time over several years.
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Boss, I'm not entirely sure. That's part of what we need to look at, as to thematically, right, what makes sense to bring together. Yes, we may be able to bring certain pieces forward early because they make sense and they're kind of very focused, but we just need to look at it as a whole to understand what's the best path forward that's most expeditious, but also makes the best use of our staff time.
Okay, thank you. Question under adaptive reuse. The housing element update notes that they'll provide incentives and promote flexibility. And I couldn't find what those incentives or flexibility were, if they were specified in there. They're specified in other sections, but.
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Boss, based on the draft that we had presented a couple years ago, the incentives were unlimited density, no open yard. I believe those were the two primary things, because in the CBD, there's already no parking. So those would be the primary incentives.
Great, thank you. And a question still under adaptive reuse. So noting that the timeframe was moved up, which is great. I wanted to make sure I understood. So the EIR work is going to be done by Q1, so that we're working on this in Q2?
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Boss, yes.
Okay, great, thank you. And then a question around a city bonus density program. So if we create our own bonus density program, would that impact state bonus density, or could developers layer it so they could get, let's say, moderate units and more density under a city bonus density program, and then take that to the state and get additional? So I think that would be beneficial. I want to make sure I'm understanding that correctly.
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Boss, yes, I think that is how it would work. There was also a state law passed this year that allows state density bonus projects to include moderate if they've maximized their low or very low. So we may start seeing projects using state density bonus that have moderate income units. So that'll be an interesting thing to see how it unfolds. But yes, I think the city's program could be used in tandem or on its own. And just to be clear, technically the city does have a density bonus program. It's just that it requires all low income for every additional unit, so it hasn't been used.
Exactly, thank you.
I just want to ask you, how many more questions do you have? And I'm not trying to rush you, I'm just trying to gauge the time.
I can stop there and
I'm not
take the
trying to
rest
stop
in
you.
deliberations, I
You
think.
sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, and I apologize for interrupting you, that wasn't my intention. And I wanted to thank Ms. DeBusk, your new city planner hat, and standing on the opposite side of the gate. Really, really looks good on you. All right, so we're going to move into deliberations, and I'm trying to be very sensitive of time for anyone who's listening that doesn't know. We have to give up the room shortly, so we want to see if we can make it to the finish line before that time. I'm going to ask each of us to take a moment to make our comments, deliberate, and if you'd like to allude to things that you'd like to put in our recommendation as part of the motion, please do so, so we know what's coming at us. And if we agree, or if somebody else is thinking the same thing, we don't have to repeat ourselves. And then we'll take a motion and try to collect all that information, doing our best to speed things up. So, Commissioner Boss, please go ahead.
Start deliberations.
Yes, please, start deliberations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to, sorry, let me. So I'm trying to, I want us to move forward. I know that this is our final opportunity to make the update as constructive as possible before passing it on to City Council. And it's really confirming the city's commitment to housing and can shift staff, so that staff can shift their work to implementation. So I'm going to take some recommendations that I may turn into a motion later. And I'm going to take them under the themes. So under sustainable and livable neighborhoods under resource protection, I think that HE1 goes under there. So I'm looking at adaptive reuse. So understanding that we may not be able to change the time frame because we're waiting on the EIR for that. Wanted to make sure that they were as close as possible. So it's that we have them in line. And then moving up the outreach materials time as well. And I do want us to consider expanding beyond CBD, and I want us to specify non-residential priority projects with broad community benefits, so specifying museums or health clinics. So we have that confirmed. And then under affordable housing, ADUs, inclusionary housing and funds, it sounds like we're leaning toward a large study with multiple components. So one, to include HE12, increased inclusionary housing rate, so to pursue above the 10 to 15%. HE13, in lieu fees, to increase those dramatically, and HE31, development impact fees. And I didn't get the specific program policy or goal, but something around Tier 4 stormwater, also in that study. In terms of inclusionary housing, specifically HE12 and 13, I'd like to see the start of that moved up to Q1 2024 and end 2025, and have amendments starting Q2 2025 and end in 2026. That seems to be a priority that we've heard, not just in the AUD progress report, but in other conversations just over the past year. HE12, I had a note to remove 2.6, and let me make sure I understand what that means. Sorry. I don't remember what that note to myself meant, so I will come back.
You can always come back. don't
Okay,
worry.
thank you. And then under HE12, I want to make sure that we're adding deed restricted. Let's see. And also under HE12, specify bonus density in the city, focused or starting on CBD, allow developers to go higher than the base density, increase the height, and make it for moderate income. So this is me going out on a limb of understanding that we need to, that that we need to meet all income levels, so not just focused on very low or low income, but potentially going up to 160 AMI, or if it makes more sense with the RENA categories, up to 120. But I'm thinking about the feedback that we've gotten from developers and them trying to make it pencil out with very low or low, so going potentially up to 160 AMI. Under HE 16, the Affordable Housing Funds, I'd recommend that we remove a reference to specific program names. Council gave the directive to create a trust via dedicated funding stream for the production or development of needed deed-restricted affordable housing. And I understand that staff is simultaneously pursuing program funds outside of the trust, but I'm concerned that if we have specific program names and they change and they're contradicting council's direction, that could be an issue in monitoring. So removing any names, but I understand we do need to probably keep the word trust to make us eligible for additional state funds. And I didn't see a specific time frame. I may have missed this in the memo, but it said 2024, but I want to make sure that we're specific because of the state funding opportunity window. Couple more. Under HE 10, multi-unit housing, so I understand that maybe we'll see some multi-unit housing changes come in pieces, but I really want to make sure that we're moving forward with that. We heard staff's commitment when we heard the first AUD progress report, and also when we gave our comments last week. And I think a question is, do we need to specify if we're making a motion to move the timeline of this up? Do we need to specify including last week's comments about AUD progress report and just leave it at that? So just a kind of a question there. And then my last note was in evaluating hotel zones. So I think we did change the time frame to update the trend analysis done for to update the trend analysis and potentially amend zoning ordinances. So was that 2025? Was that the update? Sorry. Okay. And I don't know if we can specify, but I'd like to pursue removing hotels from zones where mid to high density residential is allowed. So the RMH zones, there's a significant number of hotels already in those zones. So that's something that I'd specifically like to consider in the hotel zones. Could you repeat that? Yes. Consider removing hotels from the zones where mid to high density residential is allowed, so in RMH specifically. There's a number of hotels there already, and some under development as well. I think those are my comments for now.
Thank you. Next, we have Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Commissioner Boss's comments. Some of them I agree with, and some of them I think are a little bit too specific. I'm going to start with a very general comment, and this was from Rob Fredericks of the Housing Authority, and it's so true. This is unquestionably the most detailed and data-driven update of its type, and the substantial effort to pull this together is to be acknowledged and celebrated. And I'd just like to thank staff. I think this is an incredible document with just an incredible amount of information. It's got a wealth of information that's really interesting, I think, even to the general public. You know, who knew? So I really do commend you for just how much work and effort you've put into this. I would like to consider that we send a recommendation to the council for adoption of the draft of the 2023-31 plan, and with some comments on that I made and my fellow commissioners made. Most of them are from my fellow commissioners that be considered. Number one, the themes, slide 36, that potentially go into the executive summary. And then Commissioner Wardlow, under adaptive reuse, she said it should be citywide and not just CBD. I agree with that comment. I think it should be, definitely. And then under, that's in HE1, HE10, multi-unit housing. I think it was, the community benefit rental housing may be included in an earlier ordinance package, so earlier than they're talking about. So I think if that can be moved up to an earlier ordinance package, that would be great. Let's see here, HE13, let me see, does not specify new inclusionary range. And under HE13, Mr. Isaacson's recommended evaluation of in lieu fees simultaneously with inclusionary percentage. So I think that's really important, and I think that needs to be done. I don't think we as a commission should be sitting up here saying it should be increased to 15% or 20% or anything. I think this needs to be studied, and the economics need to be looked at also, and perhaps a new methodology where you pay an in lieu fee as opposed to provide a percentage of housing. So that would be my recommendation, that they be evaluated as soon as possible and be done simultaneously. And then HE12, city-led density bonus program exclusive, that's right. This was from Commissioner Wardlow also. She asked if there's a possibility that there be a city-led density bonus program that's exclusive to moderate AMI. And I think that might be an interesting thing to explore. And then I think in the document, when it goes to council, these are just all kind of bullet points from the commission. But when it goes to council, I think that define lower income, which is one of Vice Chair Bauke's comments, I think that be taken care of, that needs to be in the definition. And then from Commissioner Boss, Table 50. That should be updated to include only programs that are applicable to the city. I think that's important. And then from Chair Bonderson, either remove or do an as-of date for this $675,000 in the in lieu fund. Under HE16, I'm going to go there just for a sec, because this was one where I kind of disagreed. That's the HE16, it's on 252. Okay, it's on page 252 of 591. This is the creating the affordable housing funds. Commissioner Boss recommended removing the specific programming. I actually think it's flexible enough the way it's listed under to support production, acquisition, rehabilitation of affordable housing, that it probably should be left in there as a loose definition. And then when council will eventually direct, and I'm sure it'll be under one of those categories or a combination of those categories, how that money is to be allocated. So I think it's important that it remain in there as a flexible definition. It's not, I don't think it relates to any specific programs, but at any rate, so that, I think those are my comments that I heard from the commission that I thought should be included as some in the document and some just as potential food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Commissioner Wardlow, please.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. And first, I want to start with thanking staff for addressing all of our questions and going through this rigorous hearing and all of the work that you've done on this. I know that this is in no way an easy feat. Overall, I think I've been clear, I am still very concerned about affordability in our community. I think that this is a good roadmap to trying to do better in this. But I'm still gravely concerned given where we were last RHNA cycle And so that's why the majority of my comments are focused on what are some specific tools or requirements or programs that we can institute as fastidiously as possible so that we can hopefully ensure a better result in this RENA cycle than last time. First, I want to say ditto to all of what Commissioner Boss said. I greatly appreciate her walking through the timing, and thank you to Commissioner Wiscombe on the shout-outs on 2 of the programs that I'm specifically supportive of. So just to kind of recap that. So first, HE 13, so evaluate inclusionary housing ordinance. I think we've all discussed the importance of the Nexus study and prioritizing that immediately. So Q1 of 2024 on the inclusionary requirement and looking at increasing that. I would say I'd love the study to be at 20%, but I also agree with Commissioner Wiscombe's comments that we will defer to the study, but I hope that we could start with around 20% as looking at what that would do. Second, in that, I hope that we can add the in lieu fees and really assess what an increase in the in lieu fees would look like that's appropriate, that can really maximize our efforts in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And thirdly, I do believe strongly that we should be incorporating development fees into this Nexus study prioritization. When we are, consistently evaluating hotels that do not have to pay an in lieu fee because they are not building any housing, and we are, our hands are somewhat tied in the definition of sound community planning, as was previously discussed. I think it's really important that these development projects that are still coming forward, that there is some fee component that will be added into our efforts around affordability through the Housing Trust Fund. So that's HE 13. Next, to HE 20. I am pleased to see that the reevaluation of the hotel zones is slated for next year. I liked that it was in Q1 of next year. I'd like it to go back to that and not Q2, but I will defer to staff on that. I also very much agree with Commissioner Boss's comments regarding specifically areas that are currently zoned for high and medium density housing, and that priority should be given to those over the development of non-residential housing. On HE 12, and I don't know if this is the right way or the right program for me to be nestling this under, but when I read HE 12, the prioritization of affordable housing, I am concerned that there is not enough teeth in that program to prioritize affordable housing. And so I think that the discussion around leading and creating a city density bonus program specific to moderate income would be a good way that we can incentivize developers to do this, understanding that we are not seeing as many developers utilizing the state density program because of its use of low and very low AMI. So that's that. On HE 10, the multi-unit housing program, again, I think that the commission did a great job of really detailing out the specific recommendations around the AUD, but to Vice Chair Bauke's point, I think that the definition around workforce housing is really important for us moving forward of how we create good policy that's actually addressing this need, as well as I do want to come back to the community benefit definition. I was a little confused from our kind of the discussion and question time. I really thought it was clear that council gave direction to make the community benefit definition no longer just housing in general, but specific to housing projects that are doing a varied level of affordability, because that is a way that we incentivize affordable housing. I think it's a big mistake to just say any housing is a community benefit at this point, when you look at the numbers from our last RENA cycle where we are clearly in a great place on above market housing, but we are in a very, very dire place on moderate. Specifically, moderate is the worst where we're at, and low and very low. So I hope that we can take that redefinition seriously and prioritize that. Next, the facilitation, HE1, the facilitation of conversion of non-residential buildings to housing, so the adaptive reuse ordinance. Again, I appreciate Commissioner Wiscombe's shout out. I agree that this should be expanded across the city, understanding that we don't have a specific number of how many buildings that we have today that would actually qualify and be eligible for this type of program. So I would think that we should cast a broader net to encourage as much as we can through this. Next, I am happy to hear, and I know that that staff and some of the commissioners here have been working really hard for years on the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and I'm excited to see that, being prioritized and moving forward. I very much hear staff and the city attorney on the importance of getting this done so that we can really maximize and leverage those dollars. So I'm hopeful that the combination of all of these factors can increase those dollars even more so we can be more successful on the low and very low income brackets, given that it's clear that the private market is not developing these. And then my hope is that through maybe this city density bonus for medium income, we can start to chip away and address that more robustly as well. Lastly, from a process, HE5, from the process improvements perspective, I hope that we can work towards implementing the NOVAC recommendations sooner, and specifically some of the things that the Housing Authority has called out in providing more incentives and more streamlining for 100% affordable housing projects. To me, it does not make sense that a 100% affordable housing project would receive these same benefits as a non-affordable housing project would. That doesn't make sense to me. So I hope that we can work on those things. And then lastly, and I don't want to belabor this point, but I do think it's important, especially in the context when we're talking about how or how not the commission has the tools to better utilize and incorporate and make the findings around sound community planning. We rely heavily on the general plan and the definitions and the policies that we as a city put forward, as do developers. And I think that it is important that we use language in this that is specifically prioritizing affordable housing that cannot be misinterpreted. I'd really request that, given that there are multiple, as we discussed earlier in this hearing, multiple aspects of this plan where the goal is stating affordable housing, and then there is a caveat within that same policy that is saying, and other non-residential projects that create a community benefit, that leaves a lot of leeway of interpretation where developers can come in and make the argument that they are in fact making a community benefit, and then say that that is not a policy that is saying that affordable housing above all else must be prioritized. I think we need to be really clear about that so that we as a commission and as a city have the ability to point to that policy and say, this is our policy. Affordable housing is our priority above all other developments. Obviously, I think maybe we make a caveat noting that that does not include things such as health clinics, right? Things that are clearly providing a community benefit, but given that it was 2 years ago that City Council provided direction to update the community benefit definition, and it has not happened. I'm concerned with the language around community benefit in these policies tied to non-residential projects when the policy is specifically saying we are prioritizing, the goal of it is to prioritize affordable housing. So I hope that staff can consider making those amendments, and I hope that will be brought forward to council. I don't know if we're going to take individual votes on these components.
Just wait.
Okay. That's the remainder of my comments. Again, I really appreciate everyone's work. This is definitely tough, and I know that as a whole city, we're all trying to do what's right here, and this is a complicated topic, and I think we're all just concerned, right? This is everyone, I know I can speak for myself, everyone that I know in this community is really hurting and struggling from the housing crisis. And so I just want to see us take action. And I am concerned there's a lot of studying. I do understand some of these require that, but I hope that we can prioritize these specific tools that hopefully will result in actual impact and change and development of some affordable housing. My last comment on this is, there's been a lot of effort around the site selections and understanding what eligible sites there are, and I understand that's required by the state. But given that, we would be, if we get to 50% of our goals, right, I just want to ensure that the projects that do come forward, that we as a city have the tools to ensure that there is varied affordability within those projects that do come forward. Because as proven in our last RHNA cycle, we're all good on the above market rent. We've got that. So how, these specific components that can be tools to ensure some varied level of affordability really need to be prioritized. And again, I really appreciate everyone's time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Commissioner DeLuccio, please.
Thank you. And I would second your motion, Commissioner Wiscombe, when it comes to that.
There
When
was
you
no
make a
motion.
motion.
Oh.
I think a lot of things incorporate. You know what, I
Don't do
actually,
that.
I actually want to back up and just say that we put the foundation in place now. This is what this document's been all about. It took a couple of years. Congratulations that we are going to hopefully adopt it and move forward. Now the work's going to come into place, and I think today we did a great, Rosie, you did a great job in prioritizing from last time. This chart was wonderful, the 32 programs in place, what the timeline would have been and what it's going to be now, and the way, I think it speaks to our priorities up here. So I feel like I support all the priorities that we have here, and I think now the work's going to begin, and you're going to be coming before us with these programs, correct, over the years. And as you come forward, I feel like this, just looking at the goals set up right now, they're really broad right now. They're not fleshed out. And I know that we're trying to flesh them out today up here, and it's not going to happen. And every time we have meetings, you're getting more and more input of what we would recommend. So now we should, next year, starting next year, we should dig into each of these programs, flesh them out, and I know you're taking notes of what we've come up with so far, and then we can explore them further, and then we can make our recommendations to council. So I just want to say that. And as far as the document itself, we're talking about, perhaps it should be more general, and some of that we should be calling out some of the housing funds, for example. I feel like this is a document in time. It's a document that's going to be adopted, let's say, the end of the year. So, of course, 2 years from now, things are going to be getting old already. So I think it's fine the way it is overall. Of course, when you're talking about how much money is in the fund, we need to reference as of the date, for example. That I can see if we're not going to take it out. So I just want to just speak broadly and not go into a lot more detail. I've heard everybody, and I appreciate everybody's comments. I do have one thing I do need to say, actually, which is really key, my pet peeve here. We did have 20 to 25% of the units of the site total capacity is actually built into La Cumbre Plaza, and yet it's HC2 La Cumbre Plaza planning area. That doesn't kick in until Q1 '27. So so that would be my input to council. If we can maybe put it as part of this, I would like to see that pushed up. You know, the HC2 to early a year to correspond with the robust number of units that will come out of capacity that will come out of La Cumbre Plaza. As far as meeting the, I think the numbers, you want to do a better job on the numbers. I mean, I see us meeting the above moderate perhaps when 2031 comes about. It's only 3,000, and right now we've met like 1,600. It's going to be obviously doing a better job with the low, very low, low, and moderate. And I think the programs, as we flesh out these programs, that should help. But right now, I do feel like some of the numbers are kind of inflated in this document, ambitious, I'll say, as far as meeting the lower and the moderate right now. But I feel like if we do a good job in fleshing out these programs, I don't know if we're going to get there, but I think we can come closer to meeting the numbers as we approach 2031. And I'll stop there.
Thank you. And next, we have Vice Chair Balke, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, thank you, staff. This is quite an effort, and I recognize the extreme amount of due diligence that's involved here. And for the community, this is probably the linchpin, most important document, honestly, the city's going to have in front of it. Because affordable housing is definitely at a crisis in this community. So knowing that and knowing that there are such things as a developer's remedy that's pending in front of us right now because we don't have an adopted element, I will be supporting moving this on to council. But I do have a number of items in which Commissioner Boss and Commissioner Warlow address, in which I think need to be brought to the council as our recommendation. So I support those comments they made, and I just want to make sure some of the other minor ones I had didn't get missed. And I also would like to thank the public that did write and read through this document. That's a hell of a job for a member of the public to do. There are some comments and revisions that they have, in which I think we should incorporate into this motion. So I'm going to go quickly through the document, make sure I didn't miss anything. I agree with HE1 regarding the conversion of non-residential buildings. It should be citywide with an emphasis, and that's the difference that I probably have with others, an emphasis with the CBD, but it should be allowed citywide. Moving on to HE4, I believe the first sentence, the units should be deed restricted, and the word deed restricted should be after units in that sentence. Moving on. Programs, HE12, the title, I would put prioritize deed restricted affordable housing. I believe that's what Commissioner Boss' comment was, but I just want to confirm that. And at the very last sentence of the last paragraph on page 134, I would remove upper middle income housing on ownership and rental. So I do not believe we should be focusing or providing any incentives to what the market will provide. The incentives and the need should be towards moderate and lower income housing opportunities. Moving on. As to program HE31, I would add to the list an affordable housing linkage fee, which I think incorporates what Commissioner Wardlow was asking for. And so that's my notes. Now, as to the public comment, and I'm not sure where the place is, but I think I will stress that I think a local bonus density program is very important. The state density bonus program doesn't quite meet our needs, and we really should create one that's tailored. And I think I made that comment when we were talking about the AUD program. And I really think that's a key work effort, and also maybe modifying the priority housing overlay accordingly with that as an effort. We talked about that one. As to the Women League of Voters comments, as public comment number 5, I believe their recommendation as to the changes to Goal 2 or Policy 2.6 at the very bottom of their page should be incorporated. Also, as to their comments on Goal 2 HE12 and Policies 2.3 and 2.5, they're in their first, and also that the comment that's in change that they are recommending on the second bullet be included. And then to Linda Hokeman comment, public comment letter number 7. I completely agree with her comments as to page 132 HE8, innovative housing types, co-living and cooperative housing, I believe is an innovative housing concept that we should really embrace. I know a number of projects that have been done in other areas in which they provide great affordability, and we should at least leave that as a possible innovative housing type. So that should be put back in. And then as to the community benefit, I believe the comments made by Rob Frederickson of the Housing Authority as to the amount of affordable housing, affordable deed-restricted units needs to be 50% or above to qualify as a community benefit. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bauke. Next, I'd like to go to Commissioner Lodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wow, that's a huge amount to digest. And as was the whole enormous housing element, the new one, the work that's gone into it has been amazing. I'd like to add my congratulations and thanks to staff, along with the others, my colleagues. I support recommending an adoption of the housing element. And in general, the suggestions have been made, particularly Vice Chair Bauke's, I support. Anything that is an increased incentive, increased density, I am utterly opposed to. The whole point of the AUD program, with the test program, was to see, does increased density generate workforce affordable housing? It does not. No parking, does that increase affordability? Nope. Rents will be what market rate, what the market will bear. And I don't think there's any point in doing that. The city doesn't benefit from it. And as the 63 dwelling units per acre that the city allows is 3 times what Carpinteria allows, twice what just about every other jurisdiction allows in the county, and including the county. And we have examples of, for example, the Jiffy Lube site that combines state bonus density, AUD, and adding ADU units afterwards. That ends up being 88 units to the acre. If I remember correctly, 425 Santa Barbara Street, which was the first no parking project, combines all of those state density bonus, city AUD, and that one came out at 92 units to the acre. And that one was before the inclusionary ordinance was adopted, so I don't think there are any, except for the ones required by the state bonus density. There are no affordable units in it. And just a bit of history on rental housing and community benefit. Community benefit was a designation that was developed with what was Measure E. It was the measure that created a way of regulating non-residential development. And they wanted to allow for things like childcare facilities, clinics, hospitals, museums, theaters, whatever, the ability to be developed, but it did not include rental housing, just general, it didn't refer to rental housing at all. And where the rental housing, as it appeared in the final document for the AUD, I don't know. They were all through it, and I remember when I'm reading through the final document after it was adopted, all of a sudden that says rental housing. I do not know where that came from, and that definitely needs to be deleted. It's unfortunate that the staff hasn't had the time to get it done sooner. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. I'll take my turn next. And it's the advantage of going last is I don't need to repeat all of the good information that's been shared. I will make it easy by saying that I strongly agree with all of the comments that were shared at the deliberation portion, basically with the details provided for each policy. I don't want to name everybody, but I'll just say that I agree also with adding acknowledgement to the public commenters, and certainly a huge thank you and acknowledgement for the hard work put forward by staff. And I recognize, we all recognize, this is not a short process, and it's not an endeavor that can be done by a single individual. A lot of time and energy by a large group of people across, I'm certain, many departments as well. So that I want to just say it doesn't go unnoticed. Thank you, especially with 600 pages worth of documentation and additional memos, and certainly all the responses that you had to do customized for each one of us. Thank you for the time you all spent. I would like to use my deliberation to talk about something that's not item by item in the document, but to add just a couple thoughts on where I hope we can find opportunity in the work process. And I mentioned this last week during ADU deliberations, but to encourage diverse working groups with both community professionals and city appointees to look at neighborhood development standards to provide more nuanced development standards. I think this goes into the innovative housing types, but also to make sure that the improvements that we make really address the diverse neighborhoods and maximize what we can do there without burdening the neighborhoods if they're not designed the same way as a different neighborhood. Additionally, I want to share, I'm going to reference a model, and regardless of what your opinion might be about the project itself or the experience of all of us going through this process together, I wanted to reference 701 Milpas, which was the previous 711 Milpas. And as we all know, that project, the applicants went through the process of arranging or negotiating a development agreement with the city, and it created a compromise, a give and take, which resulted in a higher percentage of inclusionary units. And I think that that is a beautiful kind of orchestra of what can be done when we cooperate. So I just want to add that to our list of options or opportunities, if and when applicable. I would even like to suggest that we offer that to every applicant if they're willing to do a negotiation. I know it's a struggle and I know it's a big type of endeavor, but if we can get an increased inclusionary, wow, I just lost the word. Say it again? Just added units, let's just make it really simple. I'll just go straight down to the layman's terms. If we can get additional inclusionary units included as a result of a compromise that doesn't burden the neighborhood further, I think it's a wonderful way of handling it. And please excuse my blank. Additionally, I think that improving the consistency of the entitlement process is a really important piece of this puzzle that can be done more immediately without, policy change. And I want to reference something from last week. I simply agree with, but Commissioner Wiscombe said it best, the one bite of the apple process, to really truly give one chance to make full comprehensive review of projects upon their initial submittal and allow every department to review it, and even if that portion takes longer, to get everything out front immediately so that the goalposts don't change, so there's no surprises, no changes to the review later on, whenever possible. And that just takes me back to the idea that I think that it needs to become, if it's not already, but I think we could do better, on every single one of City Council's agendas, every single Tuesday, to have a brief check-in on housing and really help support the encouragement of things that can be done without immediate policy change or to put extra pressure on the workload that you're taking care of, which requires time, but to really focus on things that can be done by their hand in a meeting or two. And that includes encouraging more public and private partnerships. It encourages allocation of staff resources, the assistance to you as a community development to sincerely help alleviate the burden that's on you, because as a result of that, we will see a sped-up process. It will streamline the work efforts that you're all doing. And most importantly, as I said, it should be on their agenda every single week at every single council meeting until we see progress, measurable progress. And as a result, it's going to prioritize and incentivize housing to ultimately improve the situation, this dire situation we are in as a city. We want to get out of this housing crisis in any way possible. So allowing that emphasis to be put on City Council in a place where it can be done, because it cannot be done by us, it cannot be done by staff without direction, but to actively improve the entitlement process, the application process, to provide more resources to get more planners, to ultimately and completely increase and encourage the success of housing projects in our community. That's what we need to see. And there are some things that can be done without this housing element. There's some things that can be done out of order. And I really think that the council needs to start focusing on the things that they can do immediately to help all of us. We're all here making recommendations, and they can actually put it into action. I sincerely hope that we see that happening more aggressively from the group that has the authority to do that. And with that, I would like to thank everyone here today, and let's get our motions on the table. I see Commissioner Boss's light on. Would you like to try to make a motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm going to try to make a very long motion. So I move that we recommend adoption of the housing element update to the council with the following changes. Add slide 36 themes to the executive summary. Broadly, increase density only when tied to specific income categories. Implement a study starting as soon as possible in 2024 to include HE12 increased inclusionary housing rate, HE13 increased in lieu fees, HE31 development impact fees, Tier 4 stormwater, and bring inclusionary and in lieu changes simultaneously. HE1 adaptive reuse, change the time frame to Q1 2024 to prepare and adopt the ordinance, and Q1 2025 for outreach materials. Expand to citywide, but emphasis on the central business district. Specify and define non-residential priority projects with broad community benefit, including museums or health clinics. HE2, La Cumbre Plaza planning area, change the date by a year earlier to begin no later than 2026. HE4 should include deed restricted. HE5, process improvements, implement the NOVAC recommendations as soon as possible. HE8, innovative housing types, include shared housing, co-living, or cooperative housing. HE10, multi-unit housing program, timeframe change, the end date to Q3 2025, and prioritize changes that have been in the queue, such as a change to community benefit definition to include only deed-restricted affordable housing rather than all rental housing, and creating a clear definition of workforce housing that would include AMI. Under inclusionary housing, so HE12 and a bit in HE13, In HE 12, add deed restricted to the title. HE 12, explore inclusionary housing requirements. Actually, I already did that with study. HE 12, specify a city bonus density program focused on central business district to allow developers to go higher than the base density, increase height, and make it for moderate income. HE 12, I had a note about League of Women Voters and Commissioner Bauke. Let me just find what that was. Do you remember what it was? Okay. Okay. Change the language in HE 12 to include exploring a local preference for new housing at all income levels. HE 16, emphasize the trust language as council gave that direction. And note that staff is simultaneously pursuing program funds, which may fall under housing opportunities, preservation, and equity. And specify a time frame in 2024 because of the state funding opportunity window.
Commissioner Boss, I was just waiting for you to finish the sentence so I can interrupt. I have the city attorney's light on, so I'd like to just check in and make sure that you might have something to say during this creation.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. I know we're trying to do a motion, I think, but a motion has to have a little practicality in terms of it being, all these things. What I advise, at least for the commission, my job is to try to make things convenient, is the motion to be really to forward the recommendation to City Council for the adoption of the 2023 to 2031 housing element and consider recommendations, right? And that's it. And then allow the staff to present the recommendations in their staff report, what the planning commission. And the commission can decide if some of the recommendations are unanimous by doing like a straw poll, or if they want to do the recommendations individually to get everything in there. But the motion should be simple in terms of just forwarding that, and then have the, because you don't want to have a two-page.
No, I understand. Yes, I would like to do that. I would like to just ask a single question of Commissioner Boss. If you don't mind, I'm going to have you lean back. I can't see you. Hi. I wanted to know, this could be your personal recommendations if we remove the fact that you're making a motion. How much more do you have to add if we conclude your statements as a personal recommendation?
Add 5 more points that were.
Just so that we don't waste the time, I would like to let you finish, and then I'd like to ask someone else to try to make the motion.
Chair Bonderson,
yes,
if I could, the Harbor Commission is meeting in this room.
Yes, no, I'm aware.
Their meeting starts at 6:30, not 6 o'clock, just so the
Correct.
Planning Commission knows.
We will be done. I just didn't want to lose the effort that you've already made.
Okay.
Long-winded effort. Just finish your statement, and then we'll move on.
Happy to do one at a time after.
Okay.
HE 20, evaluate hotel zones, change the time frame to update the trend analysis and amend zoning ordinance by 2025. That could include removing hotel zones where mid to high density residential is allowed. HE 31, add affordable housing linkage fee to the list. Policy 2.6, eliminate upper middle income from Goal 2 and Policy 2.6. Table 50, update to reflect opportunities that apply to Santa Barbara. Broadly, fix typos and data errors noted by commissioners today. And I had one more that was from Vice Chair Bauke that was page 141 that I did not capture.
So let's add that, and then I'm going to just ask a question while that's being processed. I will call on Commissioner Wiscombe next to make the motion, but I want to ask, just to kind of jump ahead on myself, Commissioner Wardlow, did you want to change something, add something, comment on something, just so I know what you want to do before we get started?
I was just hoping that we could go individually through the components that Commissioner Boss has mentioned, and then take the votes on them individually of what we want to have recommended. I thought that was what we were going to do.
I think that we are too short on time to do that. However,
We have a whole, they just said
did you say
until
a whole hour or
6:30.
30 minutes? Did you say 6:30?
Yes,
6:30.
Oh,
6:30.
I heard.
So I would
6
rather
o'clock.
we get this right and we get
Okay.
the specific components that the majority of the commission is in agreement on. I think that in total, I mean, in my notes, I have 9 specific pieces that I think everyone agreed on.
I'm okay with doing that now that I understand our time a little bit loosened up, but I just am going to encourage you to do it quickly before we before we even make a motion.
And I don't even have to do it. I just want us to do it individually. I mean, I can do it, or
You want to?
or
Okay.
Commissioner Wiscom can do it,
Okay,
however we want to do it.
let's use that discussion as part of our comments on the motion, but let's get through the motion first, and then we can add individual comments. Sound good?
Well, we'll all vote on it.
Sure.
Okay.
It's not necessarily a vote, but it'll be recommendations. It'll
We
be
already
like,
did
these things
that.
are important to us.
I feel like we did that. We made our comments and noted what was important to us. I specified.
So what are you trying to say, that you prefer to go one by one on the list she said and agree or disagree on whether we agree?
That
to
was my
recommend it?
understanding of what we were giving to council, was a recommendation on the specific.
thing?
On each thing. But if I'm wrong and mistaken, then I, you know.
Let me just clarify with Mr. Doimus. Would you please chime in on this? I want to make sure that we do this right. We just got a little bit of flexibility on time. I don't want to lose the opportunity here because this is such an important item. What do you recommend that we do? How should we handle this?
I think would be best, as I said, the motion itself should be simple in terms of forwarding the adoption to city council for the housing element. You want to have to be helpful for council, you want to have the recommendations there. So however you choose, if you want to have a commissioner choose to list nine objectives, that's perfectly fine. You can go
And then we
one by one.
discuss.
And we can discuss it. Because at least have some starting point, right?
Very
And then
good.
you can go from there.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to finish Commissioner Boss, let her complete her thought. Did you get the last item? You got it.
Yes, I've completed.
Okay.
So I think the
Done.
motion is on the floor, but if I need to withdraw it, let me know.
I would like to try to do the motion a slightly different way. Would you please withdraw?
Yes, withdraw.
Pardon
you.
the interruption, Chair Bonnerson. I just checked in with City TV, and they do need us out of here by 6.
Good, we're going to do this. Over to Commissioner Wiscom. Go-
Okay.
Do your magic.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Okay. I'm going to recommend that the Planning Commission review and consider adoption of the draft 2023-31 housing element and forward a recommendation to City Council for adoption of a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the 2023-31 housing element as an amendment to the general plan and determining that the housing element amendment is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15061B3 with the following changes. And that there is a consideration for slide 36 themes in the executive summary. And I emphasize the word consideration. That that in HE1 adaptive reuse, I think we can make this change without, and shake your head if we can't, that it be citywide, not just in CBD, or should we leave that out? The thing is, my goal is I don't want to change this. We have a letter, so
Yeah, Commissioner Bonderson, or Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Wiscom, we can certainly take that feedback. Whether or not it needs to be in the policies, I am a little bit concerned that it might
okay,
jeopardize.
let's just make it as a recommendation then. So I withdraw that one. And then I'm going to go on to, define lower income. I think that's important that that be included in the glossary. And Table 50 gets updated to eliminate any programs that aren't applicable to this city. And the last change would be to remove the specific $675,000 in lieu fund, or have an as-of date for that particular amount of money, since it seems to be higher. So those are just the internal changes to the document or considerations for changes And that's my motion.
And I'll second your motion.
Wait, slow down,
No, I
no
can't
second,
second,
hold
no.
on, hold on. We're going to do this in a very fair manner. I might be doing this a little bit different than usual, but I want to make sure that everyone can talk before we actually complete what we're doing. If I'm out of sequence procedurally, please stop me. I might very well be, but bear with me.
You need a second to discuss.
But I have a question. We can, I just want to know if, and I might be wrong, you're gonna tell me. Before we go any further and get a second and then have a discussion, is there a number of things that, how can I do this? Can we put on a general recommendation, as a recommendation, vote that we agree to move it forward, and then individually give our recommendations so that we don't interrupt? So so everything beyond the last period on that screen, could the additional information be Commissioner Wiscombe's recommendation, and then we go to the next person's recommendation?
What, Chair Bonnerson, what I suggested, and I liked
Yes, I know.
Commissioner Wiscombe's proposal is in terms of forwarding the 2031 housing element for city council for consideration, and that is exempt from CEQA. So I think that's good, and then leave that period. I think that's what you want to do, and it makes it most simple. How you want to then get in terms of what you want the city council to look at and how your further recommendations are on this policy, because it's huge, it's dense, it's a 600-page document, there's a lot of stuff. That stuff doesn't need to be put in the motion. What you do is you make the motion in terms of just forwarding that and keep it at that. And then you allow staff to basically hear some of the additional recommendations either the commission wants to hear individually or collectively through a straw vote, so that could at least be put in the report, right? So it doesn't have to be in a motion.
Okay.
These are the important points that the planning commission reviewed and considered when they're forwarded to you. And that way, that could be a separate section in the report for council to consider.
Got it.
And change that.
So with your permission, blessing, I want to ask how we can go back to that period, take a second, then have our conversation, and each individual put in their recommendation that is not part of the motion, but is part of the conversation, and then we take a vote. Can we do it that way? No, that's not what you want. So how, can I just hear from everyone?
Madam Chair, I think my motion, and Mr. Doyle must correct me, my motion was basically the recommendation, but just some small internal changes in the document, like adding the as-of date for the $675,000 and defining lower income, which Ms. Deisty defined as the very low and the low category, but that statement appears throughout the document, so I think that should be in the glossary of terms. So that was, I was only referring to changing the document with those things in it.
Thank you,
I-
Commissioner Wiscombe.
If I may, Chair Patterson,
Sure.
I perfectly understand, and I think that's the issue here. I'm trying to put it's such a dense, important document with potentially a lot of recommendations. I've heard from several commissioners going in depth, and I think we can't have a motion that's really expansive. You know, we want to have something what is the most efficient, feasible way to do that? And so my advice to the commission is to approve it, to forward it to council, right? So you're taking the action to forward it to council, and that's being accomplished today. And then you're allowing the entire commission to give their feedback in this important document by not having that in the motion, even any of the recommendations, but just having it where staff is able to capture it and put it into a report.
Okay, then I'll withdraw my motion, and I'll make the motion as it reads on the screen with the period there.
Thank you. And if you would like to, Commissioner Wiscombe, if you'd like to then include the comments you've already made as part of your commentary as a recommendation, I think it would be appropriate. And I'd like to go
Madam
down
Chair,
the list.
Could I make a suggestion?
Sure. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Lodge.
That we approve the motion as it has been made, revised, and that staff, having heard everybody's comments, take those and present those to the council when they bring this forward. There's no way we can go through all of the things we've said we want and vote on them.
So.
May I just, if people are
What
jumping in, can I
what I
just-
would like to do, just to be fair, is that I've never seen this many lights on my screen. So clearly, there's a reason for this. And I would much prefer to have agreement and get a majority vote and get this moving forward than it to be stopped because we disagree on what we're recommending. So I'd like to just go down the list. We've already heard from Commissioner Wiscom, and I really appreciate your feedback and your adjustment. Next, we have Commissioner Wardlow, please.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. I've already stated that the 9 policies that I think are really important. My hope and my expectation going into the hearing was that we were going to break out these specifics so that it was very clear to council that we are recommending approval with these specific things being met. And I want them to be policy pieces, not just recommendations or little twitches to the document itself, but, what are we prioritizing? That was what I thought we were all doing. And so I can try to do that right now, and we can, see, I don't want to frustrate people, though. So if it makes more sense that I just say what I said before again, I mean.
I'm going to take a moment and put my chair hat on and say, for me, as chair, I hear everyone's frustration, and I sincerely think that if we really have to boil it down, and we can't get it done today, then we can continue it. But I don't want to just say okay and be done with it for the sole purpose that we're just being done with it. So I'd like to turn to our city attorney for guidance. Please tell us what you think we need to do and get through it so everyone feels that they've been correctly heard.
I think this is how I would suggest, I think Commissioner Lodge had a great idea. I think, and I'm looking at staff too, if they're able to accomplish this. I know there's a short turnaround, December 12th. But to look at this hearing, review this hearing, we have the motion on the screen to forward this, so we're not delaying this, and it gets done to council on December 12th. And in the staff report, capture the policy recommendations, the changes from every commissioner in there, especially with the 15 minutes we have, so it's done in there. And with his remaining 15 minutes, I guess what I would do is if there's any other commissioner that wants to make sure something is added that they haven't had a chance to state for they want in consideration they didn't get to do deliberations, to do so now, and then pass the motion, and then rely on our wonderful staff to make sure that the report reflects the points and the comments made by the commission today. And also invite the council to look at the deliberations today too. It's important. And I totally respect and understand the huge undertaking this is to do such in a short time. So I do want to apologize for that. But I think at least in terms of efficiency and order and what we're looking at a December 12th meeting, that'd be the best way to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Doimus. And just so everybody understands, I'm not a fan or of any interest personally of continuing this. I just want to do right by everyone in this room. So I would like to ask Vice Chair Bauke, would you please go next and share your perspective on what we're doing here?
Okay, well, first off, I disagree with the process we're using. I think we can make the motion on this slide and then do our job as a commission and provide the council the commission's recommendation as to the document. Commissioner Boss outlined all those things this document needs to have done to be able to, as a body, provide guidance to the council. And so I don't see why we can't do both.
You
Can we?
certainly can.
I think we can.
You certainly can.
I think we can. So if we can now take the second vote and then, excuse me, I said that wrong, my bad. We take the second and then we go through how we want to proceed with our recommendations. Is that how we would do it?
I think Commissioner Boss outlined them all very well, so I don't know why we need to do them individually when she had
Well, that's as
what
long
was
as
in her
everyone agree-
motion, I think captured pretty much all. Unless you
I
had something
support
to
that.
add, that'd be fine.
I just want to mention, she captured a lot, but then Commissioner Wiscom had other comments that I agree with as well. So if we want to just throw them all into a bundle, would we be able to then make a motion to capture all of that and make it into a motion? Or do we want it to be a recommendation?
Madam Chair?
Wait just a second. a lot of people wanting to talk.
Chair
Yes,
Bonderson, and
please.
acknowledging the
Please.
motion on the table, there's a motion on the table.
Yes.
We can do minutes that reflect
I
the
know.
conversation and the individual planning commissioners' asks of this document. As Vice Chair Bauke said, this is a recommendation from the whole council, so we do want to reflect a majority of the council in
Got
the
it.
recommendation, sorry.
And
the
I
planning
really
commission.
appreciate that, which is why I think we're all, many of us are saying we need to have these details in the motion so it gets covered. Is that what I hear you saying, Mr. Gullett?
I
Because you said you
won't
can't take
speak,
minutes.
I won't speak for the majority of the planning commission.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying in order for it to be moved to the council in its entirety, it needs to be part of the motion because you're not taking individual minutes, right? So it has to be part of the motion.
I would
No.
ask our secretary, and what is possible is we have a video.
We have Ms. DeBusk to give us her wisdom. Please share.
Chair Bonderson, I have asked Ms. Johnson to take minutes because I had a feeling that there would be a lot of feedback that we wanted details to the city council. So that is certainly something that's possible, is that we could provide the minutes and that can become the record of each commissioner's
That sounds good to me.
feedback.
That sounds really good to me. I'm really happy to know that that's happening. Would we, now I'm going to suggest, and this is what I said first, we take the second, then we put in
And
our
I'm going to second it
comments.
already.
Okay, I have your second.
And I have there's something I need to add on page 57, please, if I may. On 57, you need to take out the AUD. There is an.
Wait, hold on a second.
Oh,
So
I'm
these are
sorry.
going to be your comments, so just if you need to add
Oh.
comments or recommendations that go under your name in the minutes, hold on. We have a motion on the table from Commissioner Wiscom. We have a second from Commissioner DeLuccio. And if we choose to agree, that's fine. But now we're going to deliberate and go one by one, add your comments or recommendations, your thoughts or disagreements, whatever it may be, then we're going to vote. Okay.
I would like,
Are you sure you want to? Because
No.
I don't think it's going to pass this way.
no.
But
I'm confused. Our city attorney is saying that we should vote on this motion as it is, the recommendation as we've seen, this is what's on the table now. And Mr. Busk has just said that our individual comments, which we've all already made, can be incorporated into the minutes for the benefit of council. So I don't understand anything other than the process of discussion on this recommendation and a vote on this recommendation, and then knowing that our individual comments are going to be forwarded to city council.
Is it possible that we go back to what Vice Chair Bauke suggested, that Commissioner Boss had captured the majority of the comments by the commission, and we take a vote on that?
And I can
But
accept
I-
friendly amendments. I can,
And we can do friendly amendments from there. I'm concerned that some of the amendments that have been brought forward are very specific on text changes and things like that. I thought the purpose of this was us to prioritize the specific policies that we're recommending to council, not provide text changes and things like that. So I believe that Commissioner Boss has provided the most comprehensive overview of all of the commission's comments at this point.
My only concern is if there's even one thing that is not in agreement, that somebody might have a problem with it. However, at the same time, I see the opposite view that the motion on the table may not get passed under these conditions. So I'm going to turn back to our city attorney and please ask you to help guide us.
Sure. We do have a motion on the table, so I think, as is on the screen, right? And so that's the key, you need to go forward with it. I do think that if you're looking as the entire commission as the fairness in the process, as Mr. Buss said, we are, I'm glad she has done this, is in having detailed minutes, then we're going to go back and make sure they're detailed, that at least is entirely, that is presented to city council for its consideration to see what was considered and the importance of it. And those minutes can reflect the importance of Commissioner Boss's points too, but at least has a reflection of every commissioner's viewpoint, starting from the beginning of this process, of this meeting till the end. And so that would at least seem in our next 8 minutes that we have, would be maybe the most feasible, at least all-encompassing of what we would have. But again, that's up for the commission to decide.
Yes, of course, and I appreciate you because I'm having trouble with this myself. So let's go ahead and take a vote and see if this will pass, and if not, we'll reconsider another motion. Okay, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. I'll proceed with roll call vote. Commissioner Lodge?
Yes.
Commissioner Wardlow? Commissioner Wiscombe?
Yes.
Commissioner Boss?
No.
Commissioner DeLucia?
Yes.
Vice Chair Bauke?
No.
Chair Bonderson?
No.
Motion fails.
So let's take another motion, and please make sure whoever chooses to do this, that it has all those words in it. Anybody? Hold on, I'm clearing my screen. I have a lot of lights on. I'm clearing and I'm starting again. So if anyone wants to make a motion, turn your light on now. Okay, Vice Chair Bauke.
I would like to make the motion that we approve what's on the slide. I don't think I need to read it for the record. And incorporate into that motion the prior stated motion that Commissioner Boss had outlined in all the details so included.
And,
That's it.
okay.
I second that.
Oh, okay.
Madam Chair, could we, excuse me, could we state, with the no votes, could they please state why they voted no? I think that's important, and that's usually
course.
part of our record. Thank you.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. So before we do a discussion on the new motion, let's go down the line. I'll let Ms. Johnson call us.
So, thank you, Chair Bonderson. So first we had Commissioner Wardlow.
I wanted to ensure that the comments and collective feedback from the overall commission discussion that was captured most adequately by Commissioner Boss were included as part of the motion and not specific aspects of just kind of details and not to discredit them, but just I think that the importance is on the prioritization of the policies, not specific text changes to the document.
Thank you, Commissioner Wardlow. Up next, we have Commissioner Boss.
Thank you. I voted no because I'm not comfortable recommending adoption without the changes that were previously stated.
Thank you, Commissioner Boss. Up next, we had Vice Chair Bauke.
Basically for the same reason that Commissioner Boss stated, it's clearly our job to provide the council our collective recommendation with this document, and the prior, the recommendation of just passing it on does not do that.
And thank you, Vice Chair Bauke. Lastly, we have Chair Bonderson.
Yes, thank you. And my reason is, again, very similar. It is because I recognize that the housing element is probably the single most important document of our city. And if we are making a recommendation to City Council, we're taking the time to have such a robust conversation that the recommendations in detail need to follow along with the motion.
Can I say something? So far, you haven't let me. You keep cutting me off.
I have no problem as long as,
Okay,
Ms.
so
Johnson, you're complete, right?
Commissioner Boss, do you want to make the motion again? And because I will second that with some conditions, a couple of conditions.
So
If you want to make.
we already have a motion and a
Okay.
second.
Okay, so
Can I just ask you to make comments? We're having a discussion.
My comments are a couple of things in the motion. Did you put HE2 in there about La Cumbre Plaza, moving that up?
Yes, I said change date by a year earlier to begin no later than 2026.
Okay, because that's really important to me. And also on page 57, there's, that's the AUD, Rosie. We actually need a correction on that because we now have that the expiration date has been taken out of that. So I just want to make note that, there's no longer an expiration date on that.
And Madam Chair, if I may, I did include fixed typos and data errors noted by
Okay.
commissioners, so I'm hopeful that would include.
And then my
comments like
other
that.
thing would be, part of your motion would be obviously all the things you called out. Can we make just a blanket statement that also that the individual commissioners' comments within the minutes would be considered also?
That's already automatic.
It's already where?
Automatic. It'll be in the minutes, and it will be, part of the record.
Okay.
Would you like it to also be part of the recommendations?
I'd like to be part of the recommendation since this is mixed. Some of the commissioners are for just go, first of all, I think
Keep
this,
keep in mind that the
Yeah.
comments that we made, we may not all agree with one another, so that's why they remain in the minutes and not part of the recommendation. Would you
Well-
be comfortable leaving it in the minutes?
I would like it to be put in the motion that, part of the motion that there's, the minutes, also the minutes be taken into consideration. Because there's things missing as part of the motion
I'm
right
going to
now.
defer to Ms. DeBusk and her wisdom. Would you like to step up to advise us, please? We have 2 minutes. We're going to do this. We got 2
Chair
minutes. Guys,
Bonderson.
we've got plenty of time.
I think it could be a bit misleading to also include reference to the minutes because there were conflicting comments, and so those might not all be in the motion. But we can still provide all your comments in the minutes, and so council would see those. But I think
Okay.
putting it in the motion might be
Yeah.
confusing.
Okay, so besides
Thank
the
you.
motion, you will supply minutes.
Yeah,
That-
that was made clear a little bit
Okay.
earlier, so they
And
will
you
be.
have the correction to page 57, you found that, Rosie, about the expiration date.
Thank you. So,
Well, that's part of your things about
and I don't want to
errors.
miss out on anyone.
Okay.
I have one more speaker. I will close any conversation after that and request a vote. Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
I just want to know that staff, Commissioner Boss moved up a lot of things, and I'm very, very concerned based on the workload of staff. And this is where I really fall down on supporting this, that all of a sudden, we've got things piled on staff that they can't handle after Ms. Deisty spent so much time rebalancing things in her 7-page memo. So I'd like to hear your comments on that.
Wait. Before you do, I have to call on our city attorney.
Sure, I just want, I want to say something that maybe can alleviate everyone's concerns, right? So we're forwarding, the action that the planning commission is taking is forwarding the recommendation with their opinion viewpoints, right? So it's going forward on the 12th, unlike, an appeal or some other issue. This is going, so don't stress so much on the recommendations, right? Council's going to consider, council's going to go on that. So you're forwarding this with these recommendations. And however the commission wants to forward it, and whatever importance they want to place on it, that's all they're doing. So my point in just raising my hand here is just to preach calmness on it, that all we're doing is forwarding and highlighting what the most important, or how you ever want, as Vice Chair Balke said, right? You want to give some guidance. That's what the goal is on this too. So that's all we're doing on that. And so the key is, in terms of the recommendation, you have this main part, and then what is the highlighted, and it sounds like Commissioner Boss's points are the highlighted recommendation to consider. And then just phrase it that way. That's all you need to do on today.
Now we're really in trouble. All right, well, thank you very much, and I assume that alleviates the need to respond. We have very good guidance. Let's go ahead and ask for a roll call vote from Ms.
Hey,
Johnson.
can I say one thing before you do, please?
I think it's time.
I think they're driven, they're also, this motion is also driven by the calendar here, too. We adjusted the calendar dates when we were going to do stuff, correct? So,
The-
yeah, so it's all
This is
gonna
a
be driven by
recommend-
a calendar of dates. for
Yeah,
the- yeah.
I'm just going to remind everyone that this is a recommendation to council, and they can revisit those details. But we are so close to the finish line. Go ahead and take us, a vote for us, please.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Wardlow?
To clarify, this is the one that I seconded Lucille's motion,
Thank you.
correct?
This is a
Correct.
motion
That is
from
correct.
Commissioner Boss, seconded by Commissioner Wardlow, and the roll call vote begins now.
Yes.
Commissioner Wardlow?
Yes.
Sorry, Commissioner Wiscombe?
Yes.
Commissioner Boss?
Yes.
Commissioner DeLucia?
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge?
Yes.
Vice Chair Balke?
Yes.
Chair Bonderson?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Wow, thank you. I guess it just seems in perfect order when the topic is so important that the deliberation and motion is equally challenging. But I thank everyone, I mean, every single last person here and those who have left for the great effort that we've followed through today. With that, I will close item 3, and I would like to just postpone the administrative agenda to get us out of the room. And it is now 6:02, and that concludes our November 16, 2023 Planning Commission hearing. Have a wonderful day, everyone, and happy holidays.